yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí. Te quiero descubrir y yo no quiero compartir. Tus ojos brillan fuera de tu control. Cuando yo te vi, sentí que eras para mí hoy. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. El sol está saliendo, es domingo otra vez. Te digo que esta noche no será la última vez. Ay, 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 te voy a enseñar, te voy a silenciar fácil. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Bailamos, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Quédate un rato aquí, muévete así, así. Bailamos sin parar, bailamos sin parar. Cuando te vi la última vez me puse tan nerviosa y no lo puedo articular. Pero esta noche ya me estoy sintiendo más curiosa y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Me estás volviendo loca con tus manos en mi ropa y no lo puedo articular. Bailamos solos y tengo tus labios en mi boca y no lo puedo controlar. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo, otra vez. Al ritmo conmigo, cada paso que tomas te quiero más. Al ritmo conmigo. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Me quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame. que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Te quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Mírame, mírame, ya sé que te late. Te quiero comunicar sin decir nada. Mírame, mírame, quieres que te aclare que no tenemos que decir nada. play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot.
AD carry.
I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
This is our show. You either can get down and lay down in sometime wherever we go. We rock and re-roll. The people that way down and play around, we poppin', just look at our glow. Baby, we all in the game. Lately we all on the chain. Crazy, we soft on the plane. When they start calling our name. Straight from the bottom, we started with. Now we're becoming the parliament. We came in, we saw it, we conquered it. Now we welcome you to our conglomerate.
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to Ultraliga, Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Season 10 playoffs, as we are approaching our, I believe these are quarterfinals, or let's say the second match of round 2. I'm DrBrilmann, I'm joined here by Solari, and today we'll see Maturalni Forsaken to take on Alior Bank team.
I can't wait to see it. First of all, because I'm hoping again for the series of 5 games. Yesterday, we were absolutely blessed to have a full-on 5-game series between Orbit Anonymo and Zero Tenacity, where shockingly Orbit Anonymo took the victory over Zero Tenacity at the very last moment. And today, I am hoping to see the same bloodbath that we had yesterday. Very calm, collected, very strategic League of Legends. But when it comes to fighting, I want both of these teams to go unleashed with each other, because both of them have earned their place in these quarterfinals. I guess this is quarterfinals, with blood and tears and sweat. So today they're clashing with each other for the chance to maybe go all the way into the finals.
Both of them had to go through somewhat of their own opponents. If you just remember a little bit of what have happened in the previous matches and the previous rounds that we've already seen, then you will know that Alior Bank team managed to get a clean, if I recall correctly, it was a 3-0 against Iron Wolves. And when it comes to Maturalni Forsaken, they had a pretty a pretty convincing performance when it came to their best of 5 series versus Illuminar Gaming. So with that being said, both of these teams started on a very strong foot. You could say that Alior Bank are on a bit of a stronger foot by, you know, 1 game, basically, right? But today, it's not just going to be performance against yourself or against the other team. It's sort of a preparation for the small finals that we're going to have this Friday, because you'll have to try to slice through Zero Tenacity first in order to get to the grand finals at the 12th of August.
And that's not going to be an easy opponent. Even though Zero Tenacity just lost their games yesterday, they are not prepared to lose to anybody else, and they're going to be a very tough match for anybody, whoever out of these 2 teams win today, to try to get through them. But yes, if you get to a smoke final, you're 1 step closer to getting to the grand finals, where Orbit Anonymo will be waiting for you with their arms wide open. And if you get to the grand finals, no matter if you win or lose there, you're securing your 2nd spot in EMEA Masters. So the stakes are very high for both teams, especially if you look at it at the other side. Whoever loses today is out of the competition. There is no second chance for any of them. So both Alior Bank team and Maturalni Forsaken have to show us their best games today.
If we very quickly look at the predictions for today, then you can see that everybody, I don't want to say have very torn opinions, but I want to say that either expecting Alior Bank to have a little bit of a challenge, or maybe Maturalni Forsaken just steal away the win that will allow them to advance. Now, whether you agree with the predictions or not is a whole different story, but what I can definitely say from the performances of the teams and definitely from the predictions is that it does look like Maturalni Forsaken can win this best of 5. It's not like you're looking at it and thinking, well, there's no way they can actually advance.
No, it's not like that, definitely. This is a strong team, but they're going against another strong team, and you can see that the majority of us really think that Alior are going to take this one into their pockets. I love, however, that apparently most of us have learned their lesson yesterday. I see a lot of 3-2 predictions for today. Yesterday, I was the only one who was brave enough to predict the 5-game series, and guess what? Even though nobody got a point, I still won that one. I strongly believe it.
We'll see if it's going to be the 5 games today. I would love it, to be frank, because hearing Silver Scribes is always fun, to be frank. The other thing is that those two teams, for some reason, it feels like they're as different as they possibly can be, especially if you compare it through a little bit of statistics, especially if you just take a look at the heat map of both of these teams, because what we prematurely see from the majority of different teams that are playing, we see that lots of the attention of those teams goes to the bot lane, right? And that is something that, for example, happens for Alior team. Their attention very strongly goes towards that bot lane. They're trying to make sure that they have the bottom parts of the map controlled together with dragons. And it pays off to them rather well. They have a nice win rate. They are, most of the times, ahead of gold. And they are able to secure themselves the first tower, right? So that, kind of like game strategy seems clear to me. But as soon as we're going to take a look at the Maturalni Forsaken's heat map, you'll see that you can approach things differently. Let me put it this way.
Oh, quite differently. Their kills are so spread across the map, and it's interesting that, yes, still a lot of kills are happening around the bot lane. So many of them are happening around this mid lane. And honestly, it shouldn't be any surprise to anybody who knows Maturalni Forsaken even a little bit, because they love playing around their mid lane, unleashing their jungler and mid laner together. And that's why you see this heat map being a little bit more spread, I would say, across the river. They also try to go for the first tower, but definitely their score in the first tower is much lower than Alior teams. And their goal difference at 15 is quite worse than what we saw from Alior team. I wonder if this is going to be something that Alior can try to play around, because from these two heat maps you can see that there is much more emphasis on the early game from Alior compared to Maturalni Forsaken.
The other thing that actually concerns me quite a lot is if you look at Alior team heat map over there, then you can see that on the top of it, on the top part of the map, they do not have that much of attention and they don't have that much action over there. Bearing in mind, these heat maps are pre-minute 15, right? The majority of these things are pre-minute 15 in the game. So if you look at the heat map itself, you can see that, yes, there's a lot of attention towards the bot lane, there's a lot of attention towards the dragon as the objective, but then there is not that much of attention when it comes to the heralds. Now, swap to Maturalni Forsaken and take a look. It's a whole different story, right? So what I'm very eager to see if those teams are going to have the trade of objectives. If we are going to see Alior team trying to secure themselves early dragons, maybe try to go even for an early soul and then theoretically go towards the elder dragon and sort of, let's say, let out the heralds and not really pay that much attention to it, or we will see them doing their homework and not only trying to control the bottom side of the map, but also keeping the top one at bay.
I hope we're going to see the latter. I hope we're going to see the homework done, because this is what all the preparation has been about for them, both in the sense of cutting through the other teams going into the quarterfinals and with all the time they had to prepare for today's matches. Today is going to prove to us that this time has not been wasted from either of them. I want to see a lot of improvement from both. For Maturalni Forsaken to improve their early game, for Alior team to try to play around Maddox maybe a little bit more, because he's going to go against Zora and I have a feeling that Zora might not just give him the free time on the lane, the passive time on the lane that he usually prefers to have. So for both of these teams, that is not going to be an easy match today. But again, I really hope they drag it all the way to the 5th map, and if they do it, I promise you the second day of Silver Scrapes covered by Solari.
My brain stops working, but okay. With that being said, there's another thing actually that I really would like to see how it's going to play out, especially for both of these teams. The jungle, right? Something that we really often talk about when it comes to Alior Bank team is how Addy is going to approach the game, and especially, will Addy do some questionable decisions that will lead to some very questionable results? Including overstepping, including some fancy, strange plays that often look very bright and fireworky, but yet fail miserably. In the recent times, we saw that Addy is now being as more controlled towards his own self as possible, but he's going against the rookie of the split. He's going against Nikolai. Right, and that's where my question rises, because the man didn't get the rookie of the split just for nothing. He was playing outstandingly throughout the split. His Viego was something that you really needed to reckon with, and I am looking forward to see Alior Bank team just banning away Viego from Nikolai as much as possible, just because of the fact that this man can influence the map heavily if needed.
This is going to be a hard blow-through for Alior Bank team because Ari likes Viego quite a lot himself. These two junglers, they have a lot of similarities, at least in my eyes, because both of them want to be very dominant. Both of them want to be the hypercarries for the team. Both of them do a lot for their teams, but both of them can make or break the games for their teams. Because from Nikolai, I see a lot of earlier Ari in him, in the sense that he's very proactive and very damn aggressive, and it usually pays up for him, but pretty often he can overstep, just like Ari used to do much more before, because right now, definitely, as you said, he has improved his game. We see a different side of Ari in quite many games, but there is still a little bit of that left in Nikolai, and I really wonder how the clash of these two junglers is going to look like.
I feel like this is going to be one of the biggest rivalries of today's match. We'll see how it plays out a little bit later, because it's time to jump into the drafts. And I am genuinely expecting AB to just ban away Viego, because if Nikolai gets his hands on Viego, I am curious to see what Addy will answer it with.
Now, fun fact, Maturalni Forsaken have chosen the red side in this game because they were the ones to choose the side, and yesterday we saw the domination of red side. All the 5 games that we won yesterday were won on the red side, no matter which team was playing there. And we hear it from people over and over on the interviews and just in general that the red side is absolutely supreme on these days, even though yes, the blue side has the first pick, so we need to see what Alior Bank will decide to pivot into, but red side has so many counter pick potentials. And if you look at Godzi and Rebu and even Zora, they will be happy, very happy to pick a counter pick into what Alior Bank will have to throw at them.
Yes. I honestly speaking, yes, I absolutely agree with you, just because it feels like right now when it comes to the drafts as there are, there's so many very big picks that you need to watch out for, that the red side feels like it has this natural advantage of looking at the enemy's big picks and you just go, okay, how can I deal with this? Just for confused viewers at home, if you are as confused as I am, the first ban has been lost by AB due to the fact that they were a little bit late. So, you know, they have lost their opportunity to...
yeah.
I mean, finishing your morning coffee can be a hard thing, okay? I finished mine just now. Anyway, let's see what AB are going to first pick. It is Jace, a little bit of a flex pick, can go to both towards top, can go both towards mid. Seems like one of these very good ways of picking your first champion.
Ooh, that's quick.
Called it!
That's the answer to your question. That's the answer. Is Viego going to be banned? If not, is Nikolai going to take it? Immediately picks it the moment he has the chance to pick the champion for himself. Jace is going to be an interesting one for Alior Bank team. I am assuming it's going to go into Manny's hands just because Jace mid lane is very strong and it's a pretty okay matchup into LeBlanc. However, it's Maddox on the top lane and I would not be surprised if he decides to snatch away this Jace for himself. But let's see how it's going to look like, because right now for Alior Bank, they're securing themselves a very strong bot lane with Kai Kai'Sa banned out, they're picking the second strongest AD carry, who is going to be Xayah, together with Rakan. I'm surprised to see no Tristana. She's neither banned, no pick. That's very unusual, but alright, we're all with it.
It's still the first game of the best of fives, so both of the teams might not be just interested to throw everything down, in the ring in order to, you know, not show all the cards here. Maturalni Forsaken went for a Varus, which can be considered to be a flex as in general, but seeing that LeBlanc there, I don't feel like we're going to have a flex. I feel like it's going to go towards Godzi. Wondering what's going to be the support pick. Should be probably something like Nautilus. Picked up quite instantly. Let's see if AB banned this out in that second rotation of bans. Which might happen.
They are banning out Olaf, and that's a very important ban. I assume the second ban could also be towards Maddox, because Maddox can be very dominant later in the game. We saw him on the base like Darius, for example, going completely unleashed in the team fights, but Rumble ban is something I love much more. Rumble is another pick, much like Jace, that is just so strong on the top lane, and with Rumble ban right now, Maturalni Forsaken have an opportunity to take Renekton for their Zora, unless it's going to be banned out by AB right now. Oh, it's not, look, they can take it.
Yep, it's there for the taking. There's quite a few options you could go for, including Xante, including Jax, including maybe even something like Aatrox if you really want this. Nautilus instantly picked up by Maturalni Forsaken. Not really surprised to see it, because Nautilus right now is, well, Nautilus at any time basically is one of the greatest supports you can pick up for yourself just anyway. And yes, Renekton now going to be locked in for AB. Still have a jungle that we need to be worried about for Adi. Thinking of what they can pick up here, I feel like they need something with control, and I feel like they need something with a good initiation. Yeah, something like Sejuani works rather well.
Yeah, it works wonders because it's everything at once. It is control, it is initiation, it is the front lane, and it is AP. It is everything that they need. Right now. Oh, we're going to bid, gosh, I see. Maturalni Forsaken are not kidding around.
I love seeing that. Mordekaiser picks up for Zora in the top lane. Zora, Mordekaiser versus Renekton. I am thrilled to see that.
I have no idea how that's going to go, but I know one thing. Alia Bang team need to make sure that Zora is not ahead, because that is going to be immediate death for them. And even if he's not ahead, try to make sure that he doesn't have a free time. Because ideally for Alia Bang right now, they would like to get their Renekton going. Renekton is a champion who is very reliant on how his early game is going to go like. If it goes bad for him, if he's behind, you're gonna end up with a useless Croc. Pretty much same could be said about the other side of the map. If Mordekaiser is behind, like really behind, he's unfortunately going to be useless. But if he's ahead, that is going to be very damn devastating for the enemy team.
I suppose there's only one good thing when it comes to comparing Mordekaiser and Renekton in terms of will they both be useless in case they're going to be falling behind, in case things are not going to be working for them really well and stuff like that. Yes, definitely. Is Mordekaiser still is tiny bit more viable than Renekton in those team fights? You could argue, because of the Death Realm, right? Because of the Shadow Realm, because of the fact that you can at least try to snatch away one member of the enemy team and give just a tiny bit more wiggle room to your team, which is rather important, which is rather strategically interesting, but then it falls into this really hard basket of how do you use your ultimates and how do you use them in those team fights, because we know that there are different ultimates that can be used in a lot of very different strategic ways. For example, the Paranoia from Nocturne, it being one of them. If anybody still remembers Whippo, that when he was playing jungle back in the LAC, the man was literally using the lights out, not as an initiation tool, but rather as almost as a disengage or a threaten tool towards his enemies, right? So I am really looking forward to see how Zora will be trying to use his Shadow Realm against the enemy team.
To be honest, all the ultimates, except for Jace, but all the other ultimates are going to be super important this game. And I really think that by the moment we get into the stage of the game where everybody's fighting massively, especially around the objectives, the results of the team fights are going to heavily rely on which team has more ultimates available and how well they use them. Because if you look across the board, Sejuani's ultimate, for example, absolutely crucial for the big team fights and for starting fights, and especially for the fights around the objective bits. If she has it, you can approach the objective safely. If she doesn't have it, that is a trigger for the enemy team to start fighting, because they know there is not going to be a hard lock onto them immediately. And that is the same everywhere else. If Zayt doesn't have an ultimate, what does Mordekaiser want to do to lock her down immediately? What does everybody want to do? LeBlanc, for example, to jump onto her immediately. And that is going to be the same for everybody in both of the teams.
I am going to be watching closely the support jungle duo when it comes to Alior Bank team, because I am expecting a lot of proactivity from them in this game and in this setup, in the composition that they have right now as it is. Because talking about all these tools that Maturalni Forsaken have on their hands, it's very important, very good as well, of course. But Rakan and Sejuani, they can do quite a bit of wonders when it comes to those team fights, and especially the way you start those team fights on your own terms. And we've been just talking on the pre-show about those fights objectives, fights for Dragon, fights for Heralds. It's going to be quite important, even in the early game, to see how both of the teams are going to approach it, especially with the fact that support, especially Rakan support, is something that you very often try to rotate towards an early Herald. Yeah. Right? So I feel like there's a lot of things to look forward to when it comes to how those teams will be using their toolkit and how they will be executing the moves that they are wished to execute. And you get my point.
Yeah. It's a very clear point, thank you. But the jungle duo, the jungle support duo, it is going to be the same for Maturalni Forsaken. It is going to be a crucial one, because we know Nikolai. We know that he wants to be around the lanes. There are two types of Viego. One Viego that is perma-farming, and one Viego that is perma-ganking. And I have a feeling that in Nikolai's hands, it most probably is going to be the second type of Viego who wants to be on the lanes pretty much 24/7. Viego, however, really requires a leash on his lanes when he decides to gank them. And now he has some sort of leash on all of the lanes, but on the bot lane with Nautilus, it is the most reliable one. Plus, you have Saya there that is very punishable on the early levels. If you get anything out of her, like Flash, for example, you just go onto her immediately and punish her. You have your own AD carry there, Varus, who is also very reliant on the kills in the laning phase, because otherwise he really struggles to play. So yes, Viego want to be focusing the bot lane quite a lot, and I have a feeling the heat map for this game might just show us the Forsaken are going to put a lot of emphasis on the bot lane. While if I look at the other side, is it going to be the same for Alior Bank team? Because yes, Sejuani and Rakan are crazy powerful together. But when you have Renekton on the top lane, he is such a good setup for junglers like Sejuani. You want to give him the kills as well. I would love to see that Sejuani on the top lane.
Just to elaborate a little bit further, that is because of the passive, right? As soon as you get that passive rolling, you can instantly drop a stun onto the enemy and make sure that you just lock him in. And Mordekaiser is not exactly one of the swiftest people.
Yeah.
When it comes to, you know, running away from the enemy. So it's going to be very important to see how those things are going to play out. And also, you were talking about the bot lane, and you were talking about the fact that Xayah is an unbelievably punishable one. Well, if you think about it, Rakan can be punishable too. We have Nautilus, who has quite a bit of damage when it comes to the early game. We have Varus, who will have quite a bit of damage as well. And you've got Viego. If you manage to catch him right in the moment when he's going to get his little battle dance, which is his W, and you try to jump on top of the enemy, and then you lock him in place with the hook, then you lock him in place with the passive, and then you stack on top of us with the W from Viego, you can theoretically instantly burst him down, get a kill, and be very happy with it. Of course, this is all just theory talk, however. Now it's time to get to the practice. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Summoner's Rift, as we're getting ready for the quarterfinals of Samsung Galaxy Ultraliga Season 10. It is Alior Bank team versus Maturalni Forsaken. Let's roll!
And the score is 0-0 for both of the teams today. This is a fresh start. Both of them have already fought through their enemies to get to the quarterfinals, and both of them really want to go into the small finals, whereas Zero Tenacity are eagerly waiting to see which one it is going to be in the end. And let's see who it's going to be, because Alior Bank team are coming into this game very strong, with a very strong composition, very focused on early game, still having a little bit of those late game tools available to them. Well, Maturalni Forsaken, the one shot on that team is exceptional. The control and the possibilities to catch somebody is totally there. So, who is going to win? Whose tools are going to be better? We're about to say it's not even about the tools. With these teams, it's not about the tools. It is about who has a better day today, who is playing a little better, and who did their homework and the preparations for this series better. Let's find out.
Both the teams are starting a little bit slower. Adi and both Nikolai are on the bot side jungle, therefore they should be both pathing towards top. Let's see if they are going to make any huge moves over there. Godsey and Chromax forced away a little bit from the wave, so therefore I don't think they should be hitting level 2 faster than Svens and Minimagic. Of course, this is something that you're, as a Nautilus player, Chromax is probably going to be very sad, because as we know, Nautilus and Leona players, I see level 2, my hook goes brr.
Exactly, I have one button and it's a Q, and I press it. Oh, I have to.
Well, Leona also has E, so you know.
Oh right, yeah. That's more like
it's
E
Q.
Leona, true.
What do you do in your free time? I
quit at the enemies. Especially if you have level 3, definitely quit at them.
Why does it sound wrong? Why does it sound wrong when you say I quit on my enemies?
What? It doesn't. It's not supposed to.
I just imagine some sort of a villain from, you know, Lord of the Rings or anything, or fantasy or something like that, just standing there, Lord Vader or something like that, just standing there and going, I quit on my enemies.
It's not supposed to be anything like that, but I guess if it makes you happy and all that, no. But let's get back to the game for a second, because there is something interesting happening, and that is the junglers, where both the top side right now, they're clearing their jungle out, but a very important deep ward is standing there from Marix on the top side, on the crags in the Nikolai's jungle. That means that if he decides to full clear, Alior Bank are going to know. If he decides to skip it and go to the top lane, Alior Bank are going to know, and they're going to be prepared. They have Adi around, and look at that, Nikolai is skipping it, so Adi, finishing the scuttle crab, needs to understand that Nikolai is there and needs to be prepared for the medium.
To be frank though, I think he already cleared it, should have been already spotted, and now he's going to attempt to counter gank here, because Rebo now has to run for his life, tries to run towards the enemy jungle, but Minimagic is going to be here, the knockup is going to happen there, and the first blood just instantly falls into the hands of AB. Rather well played from Manny, and rather well played from all three members, Minimagic, Manny and Adi, to make sure that they just catch Rebo in this sort of crossroads over there.
Yeah, it was so clean it looked easy. That's how it was, and it is a very important first blood. It falls into Adi's hands, and normally you could say ew, but that's Sejuani, but that's Adi playing Sejuani. He can put her to good use. He's going to itemize now, he's going to come back a little bit tankier. He still has a lot of AP damage in this stage of the game, so that is not too bad for AB. Let's see how they approach the rest of the game. And actually, yeah, you were correct, because the cracks had been cleared by the time I started talking about them, but I lagged out for a second. That happens.
But now, though, it puts especially Adi here in a very good position. We're looking at the replay of what just happened there in the mid lane in the bot side jungle. Adi took the kill, which is pretty much understandable in here to make sure that the kill is secured. It's still LeBlanc we're talking about that can get rather jumpy and rather agile in going over the walls and stuff like that. So that money went into Adi's pocket. If he can make a good use of it, then it's all good. Goes back with this Bami Cinder and with the boot too, to make sure that he's just a tiny bit more faster. Maybe we'll see a little bit of more proactivities now towards the bot side of the map, to make sure that they can either kill Chromax and Gozi, or then after that, or before that maybe, instantly go for the Drake. But it seems like they're going for a gank first.
They want to go into gold seat, that would be ideal, but they're going in regardless.
Connected. Godzi had to flash away from the entrance here. Chromax now running for his life, but all the flashes have been burned. Chromax will be killed in the process. Addy will take that kill. Here comes Nikolai. Maybe they're looking for a counter maneuver of their own. Minimagic very, very low. Nikolai stopped by Addy. Very good play from him to make sure that Nikolai cannot approach. That will allow AB to get out absolutely untouched. And Rebu, he might have wanted to go somewhere. Might have wanted to try to clean the house. But again, Addy right now stepping up massively for his team.
Addy can do anything. He's on the mid lane right now, scaring Rebu a little bit, helping to crush the wave into the enemy's turret, allowing a very good recall for money, but Maturalni Forsaken are not wasting any time. They are the ones taking the Drake because of the health bars of Alior team after the exchange on the bot lane. They were not able to extend it into anything, they were not able to have a further fight, and they, as a result, gave away the first Drake. But I have to say, in this fight, yes, we need to talk about Addy, because I love it. The man does everything. He's like, do you need a tank and a mid shield to protect you from the enemy jungler? I got you. Do you need an assassin to get the kills on the enemies? I got you, baby. 2-0-0 Sejuani is.
As much as I love seeing that kind of gameplay from Addy, and as much as I love seeing that much of proactivities from AB as it is, and we're going to take a look at the replay once again. Just look at the movement as it is. Yeah, the overall exchange is pretty much... It's pretty much standard. Then Addy flashes forwards, make sure that the stun from the passive connects, and then if we will see the way Nikolai approaches, I believe we might. No, we won't. He even makes sure to swing his little weapon, I don't remember how it's called, so that Nikolai can't go in a straight line, has to divert, and because of that won't be able to catch up with Minimagic and then get protected with the upcoming wave. But as much as I love seeing that, Sejuani now gets all the gold, which is from one point, from one side, one point of view, it's very good. On the other hand, you want the gold to be poured into your carries. You want Svens now to get as much ahead as possible. You want Manny to get as much ahead as possible. And for now, we don't really see them doing that. Godzi is farming like crazy and make sure that this assist actually means nothing. And when it comes to mid lane, again, the difference is gold is pretty much non-existent.
Yeah. As much as I love the Balmy Singer on Addy, because it's a very strong component, it would have been much better if he tried to speed up Sven's itemization, for example, because Xayah is the nice, a lovely AD carry who only needs 2 items to get it going. You would need to get her to these items as soon as possible. But she's not getting any gold, because she's being constantly denied all the farm possible, not just because of Godzi, but also because of Chromax, who is constantly threatening poor Xayah, just being around her, threatening her with a hook. Xayah has the flash, of course, but she doesn't want to use it. It's, however, one thing that is helping Alior to just stay afloat on the bot lane. The fact that he didn't use any flashes up until now. They only had to use the cleanse from Xayah in the previous exchange. While if you look on the other side of the bot lane, Godzi still doesn't have the flashback. Chromax still doesn't have the flashback. If there is another movement from Alior team, an aggressive movement onto Maturalni Forsaken bot lane, it could be a very dire one for them.
For now, however, the advantage is in the hands of Maturalni Forsaken when it comes to bot lane, because of the move we've just seen from them. Nikolai went there, made sure to be constantly present there as a threat towards the enemy team, towards Sven, towards Minimagic. Minimagic is still not level 6, so that means he doesn't have the quickness, his ultimate. He needed to back off together with Sven's. And that allowed Godzi to pick up at the very least 1 turret plate and even set himself for the second one. Blast himself a little bit further when it comes to that goal difference. And we might see a fight here in the top. Zora versus Matic. Zora has his passive fully stacked up. Addy is here. Death Realm is now getting summoned. Dominus from Matic, who's going to win that one-on-one. And by the looks of it, it's going to be Matic. Zora, very low HP, and he is going to burn. Matic scores that kill together with Addy.
Zora even had to use his ultimate. He dragged Maddox into his Butkish or Bristle, depending on what you can call it however you want. But he dragged him into his ultimate, into his realm, to fight with him and to make sure that there is not going to be Addy around as an added force. But it wasn't enough because Maddox has the damage, and there is not enough either protection or damage from Zora. It looks like he is not going into the damaging build, because I'm pretty used to seeing the full AP Mordekai's on the top lane, but it looks like Maturalni Forsaken decided that they want to pivot Zora into more of a tank for their team. And here, this is the moment when Maddox is dragged in, so even though Addy is around, he cannot really help much. He's just waiting to see who is going to get out of the realm alive, and that's going to be his teammate in the end.
Adi wasn't able to set up, well, he was able to set up, but he wasn't able to proc his stun. However, it didn't really matter because that little bit of that damage boost that happened onto that Mordekaiser helped Matix to actually score that kill. So you could argue that Adi pretty much set up the Renekton at this current moment, and now Matix is going to feel even better, has the more Mortius in his hands, feels rather comfortable, will have that additional resists when it comes to those exchanges. Zora a little bit more tanky currently as well, thanks to the Jesus, I can't remember the name of that item. The Thorn... no. Yes?
So, it's the component for Thorn Mail.
Yeah, it's the component for Thorn Mail.
It's the component. It's the... oh my god.
I'm blanking as well.
Bramble Vest? The Bramble Vest.
The Bramble Vest, yes, thank you. So he has the Bramble Vest right now. Should be feeling a little bit safer as well. But we'll have to see. For now, we're going to have, by the looks of it, an exchange or a fight, maybe even, for the bot lane Drake.
Quite possibly. It's the Chem Drake. Not the best Drake, but it means that the soul is not going to be Chem Soul, and there are very strong souls available. Frankly, all of them are going to be beneficial for either of the teams. And Adi is going to speed up their process on the bot lane a little bit and help his AD carry with the additional gold. And top laners are fighting again. This is going to be non-stop. Ooh, that's
Dominus, together with the Shadow Realm now being procced. Matix versus Zora. The shield from Momomoto is now being procced. Zora is going down. So does Matix. Double flash has been used. Matix gets the kill. The solo one onto Zora. He is not having a great game.
Oh, not at all. With Mordekaiser, you're supposed to wait out because you're scaling harder than Renekton. You just wait out and then you will be stronger than him if he doesn't receive any kills. But this Matix, this Clock already has 2 kills, and the movement modus, you can see how much it helped him because Matix was going extremely low in that exchange, but it was that additional buff for him that allowed him to stay alive, both in the sense of him mitigating some damage coming in from Zora and him dealing his own damage in the process. So, 2-0 Crocodile at 13th minute in the game, definitely not a good sign for Zora because now he's going to be really set behind in terms of items. I am assuming he's still going to go into something that can realize the second item because otherwise, he's not going to deal any damage to Crocodile going from here on. But when will he build it is something I don't know.
And the other thing that is now really bad, well, not really bad, but something that is going to be hard for Maturalni Forsaken is to take control of the top side of the map and take control of any upcoming heralds. Right now, Killer Croc is going to be a force to be reckoned with completed item, with completed boots. You have to assume that he's going to be there for any of the fights, and if he is, I'll have to make sure to fight against him. In the meantime, onto Minimagic now with the depth charge too. Godsy's now firing away. The Chum coming in as well there with the flash too. Here comes the Chromax flash, but he's not going to be able to get out. Manny teleports himself right into this fight. Addy flashes forward onto Godsy. Manny is on the chase as well. They take the kill, but the other one is now coming in through. That's an exchange. This shot down. Reba now running for his life. Might be looking for a turn here. Rooting Manny down. Reba is still there. A little bit of a chaotic exchange. Might be going for more. The passive is now being procced. A lot of damage coming from Manny. Rebo doesn't really seem to be eager to catch up even further. And no, both of these players are going to walk out of it by the looks of it. Or maybe Rebo looking for something. Root coming in. A little bit more damage. Rebo walks right into the bit of that sphere. Both of these maidens are sniffing blood. They're looking for more blood. But neither are going to score anything.
Both of them were simply walking on the edge of a knife. That looked really terrifying for both parties. But the important fact is right now Alior are not just sitting on 7 kills versus 2 for the enemy team. They have a kill on their mid laner and a kill for their AD carry, and those are very important gold influxes for them finally. And here I absolutely love the reaction time coming in. I want to say from JDG, but that is still Alior team, of course. The flashes, the teleports, they burn everything to make sure they secure more kills and bring in more numbers. And because of that, they're able to turn a very bad beginning of the fight into a very nice result for them.
Might be looking for another one. Fight for the Herald might be the next on the line, as it's 4 versus 4. Top laners are still trying to settle their differences in their own isolated realm. Maturalni Forsaken seem to be in full control. And yes, they are indeed. And what it looks like to me is maybe an attempt from AB to try to take the first turret. Now, Manny is running towards the bot lane, leaves his AD carry and support in the mid. Now he's going to push forward. they can theoretically try to secure themselves the first turret, but now Rebo is going to invest a teleport to it, make sure that they don't do that. Promax might be in just a bit of trouble. Herald in the meantime is propped here in the mid lane. Not going to get that first turret, but was rather close for it. Flash of Prison onto Chromax. Chromax going relatively low. Airborne he goes as well, and Svens picks up that kill. Adi makes sure to control through punishing for the very aggressive Heralds.
And in the end, because of this kill, the exchange is not too bad for Alior team, even though, yes, their attempt to go and exchange the health immediately into anything did not work, and they almost lost the turret in the process, a very important turret on the mid lane. But they couldn't get to the bot lane turret, they couldn't do anything else, and they decided not to go onto the enemies, even though they had Maddox on the mid lane at that time. They were pretty close to having Sejuani's ultimate, but I believe by the time that Maturalni Forsaken were fully in the pit, the ultimate was still not available for Alior team, and overall they decided not to take the unnecessary risk, and in the end the Herald did not pay out too well for Maturalni Forsaken because they couldn't get the turret. We still don't have the first turret, however some turrets on both sides are getting pretty low, so there's going to be some continuous effort on the bot lane from the side of Alior to get this turret down, and on the mid lane we can expect to see Maturalni Forsaken gripping up quite a lot.
In the meantime, there's about 3,000 gold leads, a bit more than that. The advantage is fully on the side of AB. The gold itself is now split nicely across the entire map, but we might hold on to that. Minimagic is going to get moved back for a match. The rest of the team is now trying to catch up onto him. Nikolai a little bit further into the enemy lines. Sves firing away together with his Kraken Slayer. Teleport will be denied. I believe Zora just denied the teleport from Matix.
Yes.
And yes, by the looks of it, he did. Might have been even looking for a fight here. Rebu forced away by Manny. Nikolai went over to fight for the Krugs. By the looks of it, Maturalni Forsaken are willing to drop that Drake. They know that this fight is going to be very hard for them to win, especially with that unsuccessful engage and the Dragon Force into the hands of AB.
They don't have Nikolai and Zora around, even though Zora does have the TP, so he could potentially go into this fight, but Maturalni Forsaken decide not to overextend it. They still need more items. Zora, for example, it looks like he hasn't recalled in quite some time. He's still sitting with the same items that we saw in his pockets when we last checked on him quite some time ago. There is still more time needed for everybody else, especially if you look at Rebo, because he only has the static shift right now, and it's a very important item on the lanes. But in order to go into the fights fully, he still needs to complete his Luden's Tempest, and he's getting pretty close to it. And finally, we have the first turret destroyed.
AB have executed the plan that they were looking for in the very beginning to make sure that Manny gets that first turret. Now he's 1,000 gold ahead over his adversary in the mid lane. And this is the split of gold that you really want to see. Everybody is 1k ahead over their adversary, which is far more important for Manny and Svens than it is for Adi, especially in the top lane. It is good to have as well. Already now going towards something. I mean, has the whip, so there's a few options that Renekton can go into. Let's see what Maturalni Forsaken are going to try to answer it with. There's not a lot of things to fight for on the map as it is. Might be looking for a top lane gank here.
I want to say I would love to see the Gold Rinker on this Croc right now, because he's already having a massive shield from his forgetting the names of the items today. It's apparently the thing for both of us. Yes, thank you very much. They have a fight.
Yeah, by the looks of it, the depth charge onto Adi. A little bit of a way too extended one, so there's not going to be any continuation. Godzik tries to continue to fire away to make sure to chunk his opponents down at least a little bit, but the poke is not too powerful. AB continue to push just a little bit more. Nikolai runs right into Adi. The fight starts, but Nikolai tries to get away with his life in the meantime. Onto Chromax, trying to catch at least someone. Onto Svens now too. The charm coming in well. Minimagic with a simply gorgeous quickness that allows them to set up the entire fight. Manic brings down Chromax. Svens kills Gotzi. And now whatever you do, it won't matter, because it is 3 kills for AB and a Baron as a little bit of that sherry on top.
When we had the replay, I wanted to look at Svens, because that was such an interesting thing, with his ultimate being used super offensively and him being on the front lane with nobody else to try to absorb the damage for him, for the simple reason there was no damage flying his way. And everybody on the side of Maturalni Forsaken who was standing before Svens was super low in health right here. Look at that, because of this beautiful quickness from Minimagic that you have already mentioned. Look at how low everybody is going so damn quickly, and everybody's jumping. Svens is just jumping forward with the Featherstorm, securing the kills here and there with money. He doesn't need any front lane anymore. He doesn't need any more help because all the help has already been provided.
AB have skyrocketed themselves into an advantage point. Almost 8,000 gold lead in their hands. Together with the Baron buff, they can now start the ultimate siege. Quite early in the game as well. Only 20 minutes we're in. Nikolai might be just a bit of trouble. Runs away from Adi. Svens and Manny are not particularly capable of pushing in through because they don't have the minions for it. Should be having them just about now. Matix tries to lay a little bit of that pressure on the top side of the map. In the meantime, onto Kromas. Godsy almost dead! Reboot so low as well. Goes up in the air thanks to Minimagic. In the meantime, Svens finishes off that Nautilus. Reboot has to retreat. There is nothing Maturalni Forsaken can do against the raw power of Alior Bank team in this game.
Minimagic, you crazy man. He was like, you don't lock me here. You are the ones being caught, being trapped, because the moment that Maturalni Forsaken think that they've locked down Minimagic and it's going to be an easy kill, the team, Alior Bank team, immediately turn around, turn onto them, and turn this into an advantageous situation for them yet again. Can you please, DrBrilmann, calculate the goal difference between the teams for me, because it looks massive.
It's 10,000 almost exactly. Might be more right now as Zora pulls in Svens and Adi. I believe Nicola has been stunned, already killed. I can't even keep up with what is going on. Zora goes him and pulls someone into his Shadow Realm. In the meantime, Svens flashes forward with the Featherstorm, gets one kill, looks for two. Can't finish off Chromax as Manny finishes off Zora. 3 members of the enemy team are already down. By the looks of it, AB are looking to push. Can they even finish this game, perhaps? As the inhibitor is now being pushed towards.
They could try. They absolutely could. It's only 2 members of Maturalni Forsaken who are standing strong right now. Rebo and Chromax. How much can the 2 of these 2? Because their base is crumbling right before their eyes. This is going to be the second inhibitor for Alior Bank team. But it does look like Alior Bank decide to let Maturalni Forsaken leave right now. Nikolai is alive already. So everybody is using their Baron buff for a very nice trickle. And here look at Zora. Because he's starting strong. But then he decides again to take Maddox into his Shadow Realm. And he's fighting with him one-on-one. But Zora has only one offensive item completed. He cannot possibly fight with Maddox right now, who literally slices and dices through him with 0 problem.
As a result of this exchange, there is now 13,000 gold difference. AB are in a massive lead at the moment. Baron buff is going to wear off just about now, but the 3rd Drake and Assault Point is going to be in the back pocket of AB. 2 lines completely taken down by them as well, just as a little bit of that additional happy material for themselves. Time maybe to lay siege on the other parts of the map as well. Svens brings a little bit of work towards that bot side. Minimagic and Manny are probably going to do the same, as they have pushed in the minions just a tiny bit more onto mid. Let's see if they are going to continue to slice through the bot lane, and by the looks of it, yes, they're going to do that. They're going to keep control over it. Minimagic again caught out by Nikolai, but he instantly gets out of it thanks to the battle dance and ground entrance.
Minimagic just doesn't care. Nobody can catch this sneaky bird anymore. He's dancing around, forcing Maturalni Forsaken into not a very good situation.
Onto Nikolai. In the meantime, Chromax has been knocked up in the air. Chromax misses with his hook, flashes forward to try to get something. That's the first shutdown, and Svens is out. So is Chromax. Very good pickup for Maturalni Forsaken, but can they extend it? Matix is single-handedly destroying the enemy base. Rebo takes so much damage right into his face. And by the looks of it, another Nexus turret is about to fall as the now Nexus stand exposed. Nikolai gets out on the Heartbreaker, but it is his own heart that is going to be broken. Last team fight, last effort coming from AB will result in them picking up the first win of this series.
And Maturalni Forsaken could not stop the bleeding, and they could not stop Alior Bank team from progressing on them anymore. This is a very good first victory for Alior Bank team, a very strong one, a very definitive one, and we love seeing it from them. We love seeing the aggression, but also very good calculation. and the individual skills, because Minimatic is the man for me in this game. How he was escaping the enemies, how he was controlling everybody is absolutely insane. I'm gonna be watching this guy for the rest of the series.
What a dominant beginning of this series, and AB picked themselves up the first game in a convincing fashion. Let's see how the rest of these matches are going to play off in this best of 5 series. We're going to go on a short break, and we'll be back for more action.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot.
AD carry. I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia. Movement that inspires.
somebody, come on in. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are, feel the vibrations, the new generation. Oh yeah, yeah. Oh na na na. Oh yeah, yeah. Something burning deep inside. Turn it up 'cause we're on fire. 1, 2, 3 and 4. You ain't seen nothing like this before. We are the new generation. We are a brand new sensation. Get ready now, get ready now. 'Cause here we go, here we go. We are, feel the vibrations, the new generation. New generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation. Feel the vibrations, the new generation.
Look at me, I'm a pyromaniac. Fires burn when I attack. Ashes flood the ground. When it gets dark, my heart it palpitates. Every move I calculate. Separate the crowd. What do you see? Do you believe lies are sweeter than the truth? Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to. I'll be the kill switch, kill switch. I'm gonna end this one. Going to war, cold to the core. Fire inside, you're loving it. I'll be the kill switch, kill switch. I create this fantasy. You can call me your majesty. I will wear the crown. Every thought you have, I'm listening. Your breath, this thought is quickening, and I hear every sound. What do you see? Do you believe lies are sweeter than the truth? Need a release, trying to make peace. I want it, but don't want it to. I'll be the kill switch, kill switch. I'm gonna end this one. Going to war, cold to the core. Fire inside, you're loving it. I'll be the kill switch, kill switch. I'll be the kill switch, kill switch.
When I'm in the room, lights start flashing, bass go boom like when I'm in the room, I get money, I let it fly when I hit the spot, phone blowing up, I don't have time to respond to you. On a vibe that's too strong for you. One sip and you're gone. Do you know who I am? I'm a pretty girl with a plan. I can do more than your man ever could, and I make it look really, really hot 'cause I can. That's on the boss. If you don't work, get lost. I can put the money, yeah, bumped up the cost. Just let cold on frost. Yeah, you know my lipstick gloss. I got the secret sauce. Make it look easy. My life's too ripe, it feeds me. I'm feeling up, I'm queasy. No, they don't want me, they need me. Make it look effortless. Not many out here who can weather this. I know that I'm your preference. Gotta get in line here, it never ends. I know that I'm priceless, yeah, I can't even hide it. Why find a grace that can save them, so they stay waiting. One of a kind, it's such a real statement. I got them craving money, they save to see me on stage. It's really amazing, yeah. How I keep them coming back, give a little taste, just a snack. Only speak facts, I know what the world's been lacking. Give a little listen to what I've been tracking.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we are getting ready to get into game number 2 of our best of 5 series, Alibang team versus Maturalni Forsaken. And if you were waiting for a wake-up call as Maturalni Forsaken, I do strongly believe that that wake-up call just had been received. I don't know if it had been picked up or not. That's a different story. A lot of people are struggling with the picking calls up. So we'll have to see whether Maturalni Forsaken have been able to do that or no. But because for now, things are just looking super clean coming from AB. A dominant first victory has set up a very high level of expectation from both AB and Maturalni Forsaken in this series.
AB are the ones knocking at the door. Are Forsaken going to open it? Because if they don't open the door right now, they are going to let Alibang to the 2-0 territory. And it's really damn hard to get from the 2-0 territory. Why are you laughing at me? Did I throw some reference in there again?
No, I just imagined you said they're knocking on the door and Maturalni Forsaken need to open. Your bold career has arrived. Go pick up your food. You're being served with the 3-0.
Ooh, that's a bird right there. DrBrilmann is getting very personal today. Guess who he would have predicted for if only he was allowed to do the predictions this season. That's why we don't allow him to do the predictions.
Because I predict the bold career to arrive and serve you with a 3-0?
Yes!
I guess that's fair. But yeah, let's take a look at these replays, because any team fight you will just see how clean AB have been. And I think that our expectation that we were talking about in the pre-show have paid off massively in terms of the the support and jungle duo of AB have been so damn influential in the previous game.
Oh yes, absolutely. Both of them played a super clean game of League of Legends, and the same can be said about Madix as well, because Madix, the fact that he dominated over the top lane, never allowing Zord to be ahead, never allowing Zord to build up items, was very crucial, because Mordekaiser wants items. The only thing that he was able to complete was Realize. He also had some components, but Realize doesn't necessarily give you the damage. It brings you a lot of utility, yes, but not damage. You need to build Realize as soon as possible and then get into the damaging items. Trust me, as somebody who rushes Realize on my champions, this is not the item you want to end the game with, but unfortunately for Zora, that was pretty much the case. And then everybody from Alibang played such, not even just a clean game, but a very dominant one, never allowing Maturalni Forsaken to get the control over what was happening. And even those objectives that Forsaken were able to snatch away from AB in the end meant nothing, because AB knew how to answer them.
In any of those team fights, you can pretty much see the clean movement that was there from any member of AB's team, with Addy and Magic stepping up so massively in any of those team fights. And the one that we just saw, Magic has pretty much handed them the victory. And then over here, it was a good attempt from Maturalni Forsaken, you could say, but then it was a tiny bit too late, and you can see the amount of damage that was coming already from, especially from Manny. His poke was just way too damn hard to deal with.
Yes, and that is the thing about Jace, right? He brings so much proc, and he is bringing the proc into a composition that hardly had any range. Because yes, they had Ribu, but Ribu's strength is not about the pure range that LeBlanc has, it is about how much she jumps, and for her it was really hard to jump into the enemies when they can throw so many things at her. The only other person who had the range was the Varus, but where was poor Varus? He was nowhere to be seen, because unfortunately he couldn't get ahead at any single moment in the game. And Varus, who is not ahead, is pretty much the same as Renekton and Mordekaiser, who are not ahead. It is really damn hard to play him from behind. There is a slit of hope for Maturalni Forsaken, because they're again playing on the red side, as I can can see. But last time, it didn't help them. Will it help this time?
To be frank, when it comes to Godzi and his gameplay in the previous game, he was standing rather firmly on his feet when it came to the laning phase. He was still ahead of his adversary in terms of the CS department, even despite the fact that he was falling behind in terms of his assists, and so on and so forth. But overall, the team was not in the lead. Overall, the team was struggling to catch up with the tempo that AB has put themselves into. And also very exciting to see that AB are changing their trajectory a little bit. Yes, they have been fighting quite a bit in the bot lane and in the bot side as it is of the map, but they have also brought their eyes towards the Herald. Getting the Herald, getting it there, making sure that they can get the best out of the situation. I am genuinely excited to see what else can they bring down to the table.
Remember that AB this time have all the 3 bans available to them. I mean, all the 5 bans, of course, available to them. So let's see what they're going to get rid of. They're still keeping Jax in the bounds because they don't want to see Zora on Jax, and Jax is just in general having too good of a time right now. But Maturalni Forsaken, they're still banning out Rel. That makes sense if you're on the right side. They're banning out Sejuani right now because they didn't like Ari on that Sejuani very much, and that's to be expected. I wonder if Viego ban is going to be there in the end, because it doesn't feel like, okay, it does feel like Alior are going to be a little bit worried about Nikolai playing this champion.
Frankly speaking, Nikolai has been blasting things when it came to Viego in this season, so that's rather interesting to see. Yeah, Xayah banned away, so that means that Svens will not have an opportunity. Yeah, Kaiser is open, so you can pick that one up. Will it get picked though? Yes, by the looks of it, it will, as the first pick. Do Maturalni Forsaken have an answer to this, however? They can pick themselves up the LeBlanc if they want. Didn't work out last time, but you can still do that. Or a Tristana.
Tristana. I want to see Tristana in this game, because against Kaiser you need Tristana. Otherwise, first of all, you can give her to Alior. Team Mari will be okay picking up Tristana for the mid lane, and if Alior have these two double AD carry composition, even though can we even call Kaiser an AD carry these days when she's building up full AP? I don't know, but this is going to be a really devastating combination for Maturalni Forsaken that is going to be hard to answer. But look at what they're doing. They're snatching away Jace for themselves for Reboot, and now they're picking Ashe for Godzi. Now that's interesting. They're not going for a late game damage. They're going for full lane control already.
It's interesting to see because right now there's no real room to actually pick up the Tristana if Jace goes to Reba and then goes to mid lane. Of course, he can rotate this Jace towards top since it's a flex, but we'll have to see. In the meantime, AB go, all right, we're gonna get the Nautilus running in and Ahri, because if you are staying against Jace, it will be fine. If you're not staying against Jace, you still will be fine.
Now, this Ahri on the mid lane tells us something about what Alior want to pick for the remaining lanes, because they are probably going to go with an AD jungler for Ahri, having an AP mid laner, and that could be something with a lot of carry potential for Ahri, because we know that he loves playing those champions. If he does so, however, I would love to see Maddox playing something more tanky, because right now the only front lane for Alior is Nautilus, and everybody, while they want to be jumping into the enemies, or at least can be jumping into them, they want to have some sort of a tank that's going to absorb the damage, clearing the way for them. That would be the composition that I see from Alior, but let's see what is the idea they have in their mind.
I feel like this is also pretty true for Maturalni Forsaken, because right now their bot lane is full of control. They are not going to allow anyone to go anywhere. They will be constantly present about the idea where is the enemy jungler, thanks to the hook shot. They will have a lot of control in their hands thanks to Ashe and then Leona as well. So if Nikolai gets his hands on some kind of a carry jungler, like let's say Graves for example, it would be a great pickup because he will have such a good time going for the ganks on the bot lane.
It does look like, unless they want to lock in something like Crocodile for Zora right now, they probably will lock something for Nikolai, because they would love to leave some room for Zora to counter pick, because Gna, for example, has been banned out, and unless you want to pick Sante, there are not many other reliable blind picks for the top lane available for them. And for Maturalni Forsaken, again, this is pretty much already the point of no return. From 2-0 for AP, the reverse sweep is going to be really hard to execute. And they are going to go for Nikolai. Yes, they're going to be in the Wukong for themselves, securing even more damage. Where is the AP damage coming from though? Rumble is not banned. I think they want to pick Rumble for Zora.
Might be the trick here. There's not a lot of AP top laners that are left for the taking. to be frank. AB answer with the crocodile works once, gonna work twice as well. Still have the jungle that they can pick up for themselves. Sejuani's still opened. If you want to go for something like that, you can. If you want to go for a carry jungler, you can still go for... I mean, Jarvan's something that we haven't seen for quite a bit of while. We can do that. Or Vi.
I love it even more.
Both of them.
Yeah.
All of the 3 picks pretty much work splendidly in this particular situation and going to provide so much setup for them. It's going to work lovely.
Really?
Okay. Persistence.
I
mean,
yeah,
okay.
I think I love the persistence. I think I like the fact that they want to make it work for Izora. I personally would love to see Rumble in here because he is so strong into the crocodile. And the moment I saw Renekton picked him for Alibank, I was worried for them. But Zori is deciding that he wants to get these Mordekai's rolling. Maybe this time, if he doesn't give away kills to Maddox in the early game, he will have the possibility to scale and he will have the possibility to actually buy those items that are going to bring him to the damage output that he wants to have. But this Vi on the side of Alibank team, can we talk about her DrBrilmann? Because I feel like this is going to be so important. This is Vi in hands of Adi. This is so much straight on single person control. And there is Ahri on top of that. They can find people, they can catch people, they can lock people and kill them on the spot. And there are so many things to catch. Jace, for example, doesn't have too much of an escape. Ashe has 0 escape whatsoever. You jump onto them, it's a kill confirmed for you.
Pretty much, right? There's so much setup right now and the theoretical kill potential that is there that it gets a little bit scary. And it gets further scary if you think about Maturalni Forsaken. Do I like that pickup of Wukong? Yes, I do. Is it the amount of damage I was expecting? Probably not.
Yeah.
Because with the pickup of Ashe, is it a good pickup? Yes, it definitely is. But it's one of those utilitarian-ish pickups that is not going to provide too much damage, but will help you in this team fights, will provide a little bit of that additional extra control. Even the setup is going to be there if you're going to hit those arrows, right? So theoretically, you could see that there's a lot of use for that particular champion. The problem is, you have the setup already. Why do you pick another champion that in those team fights provides the setup? Right?
Yeah.
Because Wukong, with the Cyclone, he's going to do exactly that. He's going to knock people up in the air and let others do the damage.
Yeah.
But who are the others? You've got Jace,
yeah, exactly.
You've got Mordekaiser, and that's about it.
Yeah, you have all the utility, but you're providing utility for whom? Who's going to be the damage dealer? Who's going to be the hyper carry? Because Jace can't be the hyper carry, but it's going to be hard to get him rolling. He's not actually about jumping into the enemies, he's about poke, and don't get me wrong, there is going to be a lot of poke available to them. If Maturalni Forsaken are the first ones at the pit, they can scare the enemies, they can drive the enemies away with all the poke that they have together with Ashe and with Jace, and with all the threat that they have with the control. Ashe is also going to be super beneficial in the lane, because she is not going to let Kai'Sa farm, and Kai'Sa is about rushing to her 3-item power spike as quickly as possible. If she cannot do that, she's in a little bit of a tough situation. She's not exactly dead if she's behind, but it's going to be tough for her and it will take more time for the team to get her rolling. But I have to say, I still love the draft from Alibank much more in this game, and I have a slight feeling that we might be looking into a 2-0 possibility unless Maturalni Forsaken have actually answered the call, answered the knock on the door, and are waking up in this game.
I feel like a lot of pressure now falls onto the shoulders of Nikolai in this game.
Yes.
Just basically on the premise of it is up to him to make sure that his carries are rolling, that Mordekaiser is rolling, that Jace is rolling, because if neither of these two are gonna have enough resources in their hands, then things are just not looking well whatsoever. Ladies and gentlemen, let's get into game number 2. Alibank team already picked up themselves the first win of the series. Let's see if they can continue on their win streak, or if Maturalni Forsaken will be able to bounce back.
And they need to bounce back. Ooh, that's... Somebody's having fun there, Zora. We see you. I love it. Yes, he approves. He's happy. Oh, I love it so much, though. Having a little bit of a warm-up before the game starts. Now warming up, I think, is warming up a champion, warming up the observers as well, and us, of course, too. But Alior Bank are very aggressive. They know how much of this game relies, how much Forsaken rely in this game on Nikolai, how much he's on his shoulders. He talked about it already, and Forsaken definitely know it. That's why they're going in, putting in a very aggressive forward, because they want to know how Nikolai is going to be moving around. They want to worry about the top lane first. They want to worry about the bot lane. That is going to be something that they have already an answer for, because Nikolai is starting from the red buff, fully aware that he is on a ward.
And here we go. Both of them stop at top side of the map. Wondering where are we going to see them end up. Also wondering if we're going to see who we're going to see hit level 2 faster. Because it's Leona versus Nautilus. Both of them, you know, QE goes better. Apparently Q goes better even before level 2. As Chromax can take quite a few hits into his face. The trade potential pretty much right now sits in the hands of AB, I would say. But I am wondering who's going to hit level 2. Okay, Minimagic and Svetsa the first. Chromax and Godzi catch themselves up with the enemies. We're going to see initiation. I believe we do, yeah. Here comes the hook onto Chromax now. The passive is now stacked up. The trades are relatively in control. Nothing too fancy happening as of yet.
Godzi and Chromax are making sure they are fighting among their minions to make sure that there is going to be no isolated Q from Svens on them, because it still can deal a lot of damage even on those first levels. At the same time, Svens and Minimagic, especially Svens, is paying attention to not get caught by Chromax's sword. No, rather sword. I don't remember the sword. You know, that flies forward. He makes sure that he is in a safe position, and judging by his keystone, by the way, it is again going to be the AP Kaiser, limiting the AB damage from Alior Bank team pretty much to Maddox and Adi alone. But if Maddox is set ahead, he's going to provide enough of this damage unless the game goes into a very late stage. But if the game goes into a very late stage, Alior Bank would not like it too much because of Zor if Zor is ahead. So for AB, yeah. Oh, that was
know where that hook has
a nice
hit.
hook there. Yeah, that's
Chromax
Nautilus for
take
you, brother.
so much damage. The hitbox of that hook is still going to leave me amazed and feel like wonders are happening.
It's still going brr.
Yep. In the meantime, Adi is here going to steal away that Scuttle Crab. Nikolai, only now he's going to pick up his level 4. I believe he might have just worked out the fact that the Scuttle has been taken by Adi. Might be looking for a Scuttle Crab on the other side of the map. Problem is, Adi is going directly there as well, so they should be meeting here. Rebu, a little bit off mana, so is Manny. Vault Breaker is going to be there just to scare him away, and the second Scuttle Crab, by the looks, is going to get picked up. Adi, now in control of the tempo, has a little bit of an advantage in about almost 200 gold. Not too shabby, of course, but still something to have your eyes on.
To be honest, there is no way Nikolai should have gone onto the Scuttle Crab, because there is no prior for Rebu, and as you rightfully mentioned, no matter on Rebu as well, and Maddox does have the upper hand on the top lane, even without getting any kills, even without pushing Zor to his turret, he still has the prior there because he's stronger and he can rotate to the river much quicker than Zor does. So yeah, Nikolai made the right decision there to not go in, to not fight Adi for the Scuttle Crab. He lost the Krags as well in the process, but he still has a little bit stuff left in his jungle to farm up. As long as he doesn't go up to his Krags to find nothing in there, he shouldn't lose too much in tempo.
The first dragon is already on the map. It is the, I wanted to say the stone dragon. No, that's the mountain dragon. That is there. Let's see if any of the teams are going to try to secure that for themselves. Bot lane in the meantime seems a little bit more stable. Maturalni Forsaken are looking for something. I am imagining that they might be perhaps looking to catch Adi in their own jungle. Theoretically, that might be something that they're looking to do. He's only now going to arrive here. Only now he's going to actually see that some of his camps have been stolen away. Manny will be teleporting himself into the lane with level 6. Rebu's still lacking his level 6. Now gonna pick that one up. Oh, a little bit of fights there. Matix Forced away underneath his turret. A shift of power. From game 1 to game 2, now it's Zora who's in control.
Interesting enough, Zora did have the ultimate available, so he could drag Maddox into his realm, but then Maddox also had his own dominance available, so I'm not sure how exactly that would have looked like. So Zora probably made the right decision to not overstep there and not to go into Maddox. He still got the teleport out of him. He should have a nice recall himself, but in the meantime, Alia Vanguard, the dragon, they are with the Pride there first, and they're taking it.
Maturalni Forsaken here though, might be looking for an answer. Root coming in through into Minimagic. Minimagic flashes way right into the hands of Reba. That's the first blood. Manny now dances around on his ultimate, trying to do a little bit of something. Flash forward from Chromax, trying to catch up Addy. Addy now running for his life. Can he do it with the Vault Breaker? But no! Godsey flashes forward and picks up the kill. Maturalni Forsaken with the punishment coming towards Alior Bank team.
I have to say that Ashe is a little bit, in a weird sense, like Jinx, in the sense that you need to get her excited, but not with the kills, but just by stacking up her Q. If she has a stacked Q and she locks onto somebody, it is a huge damage output immediately, especially so early in the game. Manny is fighting back like crazy with 2 enemy members. With Leona, it's a huge threat, but he's not scared of anything. We love seeing that.
That puts Maturalni Forsaken in a tiny bit of a better position. Godsey has the kill now in his hands, so does Nikolai. No kills on Rebu though, which is not the most ideal thing to see. We very often talk about this, not damage, but gold distribution. Nikolai might be in trouble. Addy has the ultimate available, a lot of damage already coming in through. The early game damage of Vi can be very scary. Chromax and Reba here. Fight for the red buff, taken by Nikolai. Zora is here, together with Minimagic. They're trying to catch up, and yes, he does! Nikolai! With the fantastic play! And the Season Disease will not help you whatsoever. Second kill for Nikolai.
The fact that there is also rotation from Zora, and Zora caught Adi pretty much there, because Adi tried to dash away, but he got caught immediately in that thing from Gutkowski. I don't even know how it's called. His giant hand. Okay,
actually, not particularly. If you look a little bit closer, if we're going to see the replay, you'll see that Nikolai flashes right in front of Addy to make sure that the... Here, look. Boom. And he stops the Vault Breaker by flashing right in front of her.
You think it would be enough range for him to still jump through the wall with a Vault Breaker? And enough time to jump there? I feel like it was a safety precaution. But regardless, it is a kill in the end, and it is a second kill for Nikolai, and that is what matters the most in the end of the day, because Maturalni Forsaken are setting themselves up nicely in the early game this time, with the very nice kill lead, with a very nice gold lead, already securing around 1,000 gold lead for everybody, except for the top lane where Maddox is just doing the Maddox things, but he's getting a lot of damage though this time. Hopefully Zora will be able to itemize quickly than what we saw in the previous game.
It's interesting that Zora is still falling behind in terms of the CS department, but the sheer amount of damage that he is now able to deliver onto Matix is quite huge. Together, paired up with the fact that Addy still not have ganked the top lane. Don't forget that in the previous game, Matix has been pretty much skyrocketed into the into an advantage thanks to the fact that Addy went there and gave him one gank, and one gank was pretty much enough. With the kill granted to Matix to complete the item and then just have all the fun in the world. Right now it's one-on-one, and right now Zora is in a much safer and much more strong position, delivering so much troubles, I would even say, to his adversary.
Yeah, quite many troubles to be honest. Maybe some troubles they forgot to see because ADR... No, they will not commit to this tower dive. They have, though, the Season Deceased. They have made a match around. They actually could. But Godsey has a feeling that something is wrong.
I believe he might have spotted Addy there. The rest of the team instantly reacted. Chromax is here, trying to catch up with him. Addy hops over the wall, thanks to the popcorn. And both of the teams are going to disengage.
Alright. point. We continue with the slower pace. There was an attempt to do something on the bot lane. It didn't work out, but now we only have less than 40 seconds before the second Drake is going to spawn. Again, opening up some nice souls in this game, except for if it's going to become so, of course. Who has the prio for it, though, is going to be my question, because Rebo is teleporting to the mid lane just now to make sure he can deep push the wave on the bot lane. There is a nice lead from Maturalni Forsaken that they will secure with a recall from Svens and Minimagic, just not Minimagic, sorry, but Ari ending just now and them returning to the lane. They're losing in terms of the prio on the river. Can they regain it back?
The biggest problem is that the scuttle is now in the hands of AB. Right?
That's
the biggest problem for Maturalni Forsaken. So that means that any move that you're going to do, it's going to get spotted regardless of what you do. Right now we see one of the oldest tricks in the book, which is bring down the Herald. Through Herald creates artificial pressure and then try to push for that Drake. For now it works wondrously for him, but the rest of AB are already here. Reboot, or Manny rather, may join the fight, but he's out of mana. And thanks to that, it's a numbers disadvantage for AB, and they decide to drop it. There's no real reason to fight without your mid laner.
Poor Manny couldn't rotate whatsoever, had to stay on the mid lane first to kill the Herald and then to push the wave. And as you mentioned, yes, no mana because of that, because he tried to get rid of the minions as quickly as possible. At least now he's coming back with the Everfrost. I don't know about that, but okay, they start fighting for serious now.
Shadow Realm is now being into play. Zora tries to catch up with Matix. A lot of healing coming in through a W with the flash forward. Can he get the kill? Yes! Zora with sweet, sweet revenge on the last second, but it's the bot lane that we have troubles now. Chromax flashes away. Nikolai is here. The arrow is going to connect onto the Nautilus, and here comes Nikolai with a Cyclone. Chromax has to retreat. Flash forward with another Cyclone. Addy cuts up as well. Sven's running for his life as he sees all of his team members dying. It's a double kill for Wukong as Manny gets the solo. It's a mayhem on the rails.
Oh yeah, that's death everywhere, that's kills everywhere on the top lane. That was so damn close for Zora, but the Momortius was not completed yet for Maddox. He didn't get the shield and the lifesteal that you get proc when you have the item completed if you're running too low on your health. And because of that, even though he has proc the Dominus, even though he was slicing and dicing through the enemy, he couldn't get enough of the burst and enough of survivability at the same time, and he went down barely not killing the enemy. And here, it is just the setup that we've been talking about. It is the amount of control that we praise from Maturalni Forsaken, and them using it to the full is driving away the enemy. This is a massive prio for Maturalni Forsaken in this game, especially with Nikolai going so far under the turret to get a kill. Manny, however, getting level 11 after this kill, but even before that, even without the second upgrade to his ultimate, he has so much damage onto Rebo and so much audacity to go under the turret as well to get a kill and grant his team the first kill of this game.
In the previous game, we've seen just that story, but the other way around, it was AB that were going 7-2, and they were in the lead. But now it's Maturalni Forsaken who are going 1-7, and have full control over the pace of this game. 2,000 gold is the difference between the junglers. Divine Sunder, a long time already completed for Nikolai. He's feeling really wonderfully in this game, and now Matix is the person who is suffering. Look at that. The shield is not going to do anything. The rely completed for Zora. And therefore, the amount of pressure, the amount of kill pressure he has over his adversary is just insane.
Oh yes. Oh yes. I love this relay completed so early for Zora. He didn't need to go into the Bramble Vest this time. He didn't need this additional protection against Maddox because Maddox was not set ahead. Maddox was not getting ahead in terms of the items, despite all his efforts to farm as much as possible. And now Zora is slowing him down with every single ability that he's throwing at him. And this is massive. It makes getting away and kiting Mordecai so much harder.
Matix is back on the teleport, however. Already suffering a little bit, has the Dominus, but decides not to use it. The rest of the team is here. Nikolai dropped that Herald to maybe theoretically try to score that kill. In the meantime, the rest of Maturalni Forsaken are going to rotate themselves towards that Herald. It is going to be resetted, I believe. No, actually no. It's not going to be. And AB decided, okay, we've lost our little time window. We've lost the moment when we can try to steal that away. And Nikolai is going to confirm I believe that is second Herald. In the meantime, Arrow coming in onto Minimagic. The knock up there Performant knockup by the Nautilus, but will it help? No, it won't. Minimatic falls down and Rebo picks up the first kill for himself in this game. Maturalni Forsaken are completely on fire. They're going to release the Herald and perhaps even claim the first turret of this game.
Oh yeah, that is the first turret. Now AB need to stop the Herald from getting onto the second one. Should be possible for them. But boy oh boy, they are lacking the damage so massively right now. They cannot rely on Tematics anymore, of course. Oh, they stopped it! They stopped it at the last moment! Good job from them, at least something. But, back to my point for a second, they don't have damage. Because if you look at the items, there is Everfrost for Ahri, very nice control item, but it only comes into full power when you get more items on top of that, but wait for it.
Matix, I believe, is locked away. The Dominus has been propped now. Mazora, giving respect to his opponent, knows that he can heal himself rather quick and rather hard. And both of them are going to disengage. I believe Matix might be looking for a little bit more of a fight. But now it's... he's Dominusless. Which pretty much means that any of those exchanged furthermore is not going to be there. Yeah, Manny is here. Might be the equalizer. Sora has the teleport available to himself though. Spirit Rush now been used. Teleports away. Charm connected. Spirit Rush with an Frost. Heals himself up. He's still alive! The man walks out on 70 HP.
And we're getting back to the fact that there is no damage for Alior Bank in this game. Because Ahri, she controlled very nicely Zora in the fight, but with Everfrost, again, you need to build up more legendary items to prop the passive from this item to have the damage output, and there are no items completed from Manny apart from it just yet. And apart from that, Maddox is still only running with the Melmortius. It's not the item that he wants to have for the damage. There is no items onto Svens, who might be dead here.
Oop. Flash away to get himself into the safety. Dragon now started. Maturalni Forsaken are in complete control. Might be looking for Zora here though. Addy is here, so is Manny. Minimagic as well. Cosma play might happen, might not, but they decide not to fight without Mordecai. So he is going towards the Riftmaker. He's going to be healing himself so much in those upcoming fights.
This is going to be the Mordekaiser who is not scared of anybody, but everybody should be scared of him, because the full AP Mordekaiser, if he is ahead, is a really tough thing to deal with. The problem is he can do whatever he wants. If he joins the team fight, you need to make sure that you have that sweet QSLs available. If he is on the sidelines, he pushes really quickly and it's hard to stop him, because how many people do you need to send to this lane to stop him? 2, 3 more, because you never know what is going to be enough. You cannot send just somebody solo, most probably because you don't have any solo person who can go and stop him on the sidelines. Alior Bank are in a desperate position right now. They need gold and urgently.
Rebo walks right into the trouble and right into the trap. And he picks up the kill with ease. A lack of vision allowed them to take that one for themselves. It's a good catch. Will it help though?
But that's something that AB should keep on doing, because it works for them. And again, this combination of Vi and Ahri, you cannot get away from it if you were caught by either of them, especially if you've been caught off guard. It is hard to catch Maturalni Forsaken off guard because of full division they have, especially thanks to the Ash. But you need to try. As AB right now, you need to try, because this is most probably going to be your way out to try to use your catch potential as much as possible, because you still need gold, you still need items, you desperately need items. God damn it, poor Kaisi is still not even on her nature's tooth. You need to get something going, otherwise with 2-8, with such a difference in gold between the teams, you are slowly but surely losing this game.
It's 3 minutes more before the dragon is going to appear. The herald is going to be in just a moment, really. So you could maybe theoretically see them try to fight for it, but can you really? Crystal Arrow has been used. Not exactly on the target, but still, with the amount of team fighting capabilities that Maturalni Forsaken now have in their hands, it's going to be so hard for them to do anything.
Adi?
Now, Adi spotted away by the Oracle Lens. Together with Manny, they will have to walk out of this fight. Zora, in the meantime, continues to terrorize the Croc in the bot lane, and I believe we will see a fight for the Herald in just about a few moments.
Oh yes,
okay, Solar Flare, not connected, but the flash forward will connect. In the meantime, Minimagic might be in a bit of trouble as well. Killer Instinct is not going to help him out, and Godzi is on a killing spree. Minimagic walks out to the fight thanks to the depth charge, and Addy is here to try to protect his comrade, but it was way too little too late, and it's actually no longer here because it was 2 of them. It is the Baron that is now on the map. In the meantime, Charm coming in through. Rebo might be in trouble and he's dead. Baron has been dropped. Now Manny will get out on the Spirit Rush. There's no way they can catch up to them unless AB wants to turn around. They do not. That's all. Charm onto Chromax. Not a lot of damage landed, but it's at least something. Addy's still here. Might be looking for at least... Maybe they're looking for Godzi here. Warp Breaker. Channeled, but not used. And Manny and Addy decide to drop it.
They did a good job. They did very good job by stopping the Baron by taking somebody down. It wasn't the jungler, it was Rebo, the mid laner, but it was still an important tool to get away from the enemies. It was more than enough to stop Maturalni Forsaken from stomping through the Baron. If it was a Baron, it would have been impossible for AB to bounce back unless they could track the game to a very, very late state of it. But then again, if they drag the game to a late state, they're giving Zora more time to get items. He's building up towards his Riftmaker, slowed himself a little bit down because he wanted to still get the Bramble Vest, allowing him to be even more effective against Maddox. Maddox right now is not able to stop him on the side lanes because poor guy is still sitting on the whip. He hasn't even completed his Gold Drinker. Maturalni Forsaken are much stronger in terms of items and in terms of everything, to be honest. They need to keep pushing forward, they need to keep pressing the advantage.
Look at Matt Addy. Was looking for a flank maneuver. Was challenging his Bolt Breaker as well, but he decided to drop it. They were there together with Manny, but they haven't decided to go for it. Look at the pings, however. I see that AB might be looking to steal away the Drake, but not the Drake, but the Baron. But can they steal it away? I'm not really exactly sure. Nikolai now onto Sven's. In the meantime, it's onto Addy as well. Godzi on the rampage instantly. Sven's forced out with the flash, and it's the perfect opportunity for Maturalni Forsaken to start the Baron.
Do you think it's Maturalni Forsaken waking up or Alior Bank making a lot of mistakes? Because this is a completely different game from the first one. They're making a lot of mistakes. They are not putting in enough vision. They're allowing themselves to get caught over and over. And those are very important caches for Maturalni Forsaken because they're taking the Baron right now completely unpunished. They lost a turret on the top lane to Manny, but it's a very little price. They're very happy to pay, and now they're recalling with the prize in their pockets, and they will continue to push. They will also take the dragon on top of it. AB, ooh, money.
Can he do it though? Spirit Rush now being used together with the Neverfrost. Yes, he can. Flash this away though. Still alive, but no, Manny outplays him and claims the kill. Solo one in the top lane.
That's something. That's 2-item Array. That is finally 2-item Croc. That is finally 2-item Kai'Sa. Still not enough. Still needs one more. And I wonder which one she will decide to go into. But Alior Bank have to do something. They are losing massively. The goal difference is, I don't even know how much, but it's big. They have the objective bounties on the map, but this one they will not be able to claim. Thank you. It's a lot though. It's a lot. For AB, it's so hard to bounce back from this.
Dragon now being claimed. It's the sole point now for Maturalni Forsaken, and they will be happy to claim that dragon because quite a few people will benefit massively from this soul. The top lane push had to be dropped because of the fact that Zoro was there. Has the Riftmaker completed? So now Zoro should be able to fight pretty much with anyone, maybe even 2-on-1 on the map currently.
Yep.
As Maturalni Forsaken are pushing in through the mid lane. Shouldn't be able to land the turret, at the very least with Sven's clearing off the minions, but at least get a little bit of that push onto the bot lane will be a not the bot lane, the top lane will be a good start.
At least sounds like a bounty. Ooh, and a solar flare.
Flashes over the oh, he goes really deep into the enemy's territory because Manny flashes forwards as well. Rebo and Chromax are being locked in there. Rebo has to retreat Sven's with a killer instinct, but he's instantly gone. That's a exchange of kills. Matix now in the instant as well goes into the Shadow Realm. He's alone against the God of Death, and the God of Death will claim his revenge. And now Manny has to run for his life as well. Another ball connected as Minimagic has to get out of it as instantly as possible. Zoro will retreat too because he's low on HP. But it's Maturalni Forsaken who are chaotically destroying the enemy.
I am having questions about how Sven is approaching his Kai'Sa in this game, to be honest. He's still only 2 items. He's nowhere close to his, I'm assuming, Ginsu's Rage Blade. He's not having so much damage to fly into the enemies who are not isolated and try to throw... Ooh, what?
That was close.
Oh! Oh, that's how you escape cease and desist? You just recall back to the base. That's
I wonder
interesting,
if he's still going to be unstoppable, actually.
That's a good question.
Because
but it got
says
interrupted.
unstoppable.
Anyway.
So. Yeah, that's true.
But yeah, here you can see Svens flew into the enemies trying to finish somebody who was very low, but he wasn't able to do so because he's immediately caught in so much damage. He doesn't have the damage output of his own just yet. And Maddox is pretty much the same idea. He's trying to go in, trying to do something, but he's to item Renekton at 26 minutes in the game. That is not a Renekton that is a threat to anybody.
Now it's time for round 2. No more Baron buff on the side of Maturalni Forsaken, but they're looking to push in. The arrow's not going to connect. Matix now get caught up right in the midst of it all. Godzi hooked in by Minimagic, but the damage he receives as an answer is too much to deal with. He has to retreat back to the base. Bot lane turret now being claimed. Inhibitor stands naked, so if you want to try and take it down, you may just as well. 2 minutes and 20 seconds on the clock before the Dragon's going to appear, and 2:22 before the Baron will appear. So right now it is a question of taking away as much resources from AB as possible, claiming all the camps as possible as well, to make sure that AB can't find those resources and bounce back later in the game.
Because if they itemize, oh my god.
Seized and deceased, and it's just right there. Shut down.
Yeah.
For Addy.
Yeah, that is it. That is the catch. That is what they need to keep doing. But Maturalni Forsaken are not giving them any possibilities or many possibilities to do so. Look at Nikolai.
Max. He's already quite heavily damaged. In the meantime, Nikolai tries to go for a Cyclone. Depth Charge is going to connect. But the poke is too much already to bear. AB might have found themselves in a good position here, but no, they couldn't do anything whatsoever.
They can't answer the poke. They can't answer the all-in. They can't answer anything that Maturalni Forsaken have because they are so far behind. The thing is, they have the tools. They have the all-in potential. With Ari, with Vi, Renekton, and Kai'Sa, you can potentially jump into the enemies. You have the poke with Kai'Sa, but you cannot use any of those because you're so far behind in gold and in the damage output. 3 items on the major users on the major players, from Maturalni Forsaken side, except for Zora, but Zora is slowly but surely getting there. Now Nikolai has the 3rd item as well. Maturalni Forsaken are so far ahead. Alibank need to drag the game for as long as possible. They finally have at least 3rd item on Ari. Kai'Sa needs one more. Renekton needs to get something a little bit buffier because he keeps dying. Are you sure, Ari?
Zora is here to face you. Season deceased. Here comes Matix as well. Maybe goes into the Shadow Realm. Yes, he does. Gets Vi in there. The flash. You might want to say it might have been failed, but it might have saved his life. Rebo now teleports himself in. The arrow connecting as well. The rest of the team is now catching up. Addy dead. Zora on killing spree. Now it's Rebo who is good looking to catch more. Nikolai on the back maneuver onto Matix, knocking him up in the air. It all works splendidly for them. Svens in the meantime tries to push and claim a little bit of that objective bounty, claim a little bit of that extra gold. We'll be able to do it even with the 2 turrets, but Maturalni Forsaken are already laying siege onto your base.
Oh, yeah, they need to recall right here, right now, but is he going towards it? No, he's finally recalling, alright, because that is going for sure to be an inhibitor down, at least one. They could if they really wanted to go to the 2nd, but they decide not to jinx it because the Baron is up, and that is the next target for Maturalni Forsaken. I don't know about DrBrilmann, but to me, the actions from AB feel a little bit, if not just fully desperate, because this dive in from Adi onto Zora was a very risky move, and then Madix and Minimagic following up. It's not like they were getting some guaranteed kills, but Mani, will you do the impossible?
Has to try. Goes into the pit, catches at least someone, gets down Godzi, but the Baron now in the hands of Maturalni Forsaken. Now it's up to AB to try to do at least something about it. Godzi's nowhere to be seen. Matix almost already there. Depth Charge has been used in an absolute mayhem. It's a chaotic fight. Who's going to stand tall? Rampage from Rebo. Flashes have been burned. Addy can't do anything. Manny stands behind the wall. Charm coming in, thrown to Zora. They got to shut down. It's the fight that they were looking for. Can they continue? But no, they decide to drop it here. They have claimed 2 bodies on the enemy side. They might have not prevented the Baron, but they have picked up at least a little bit of that goal, and they will deny the soul.
They stopped the push a little bit, but this from Mani was the impossible that the team really needed. He didn't claim the Baron, but he still did a lot. He claimed the life of Godzi. The poke was gone from this fight, and that was the signal for everybody from his team to go in. They were without one because Mani couldn't rejoin because of his health bar. But it is finally 3-item Kai'Sa that is ready to fight. Ari is feeling much more confident now. Minimagic can tank a little bit more, and same goes for Madix. But I am not saying that Alior are bouncing back. I am not saying it whatsoever. It looks a little bit more promising to them right now that finally they have found themselves up. But Svens is going to get caught again. I can't believe it.
Minimagic might help him out. Solar Flare now connecting. Nikolai being at least a little bit slow. Those players of instinct together with the flash. Gets Sven's out. He is in the safety, but so many resources have been used already. Now it's the rest of Maturalni Forsaken that are here to try and knock onto your base. Teleport coming in through. Zora is here and starts to bring down the inhibitor. The minions are now pouring onto the enemy base too. On the top side, on the mid, and the bot is now getting sieged as well.
Do LA Bank have enough wave clear to get rid of all those minions? Because yes, they have Kai'Sa, they have Static Shield, but apart from that, it's not really too much of the wave clear available to them, and they need to clear 3 lanes at the same time, and those are Baron empowered minions on 2 of them, and now they need to stand the siege and fight as well.
Season Deceased now coming in through. Nikolai almost there, but he goes golden. So does Minimatch. Akromax now has to run for his life. Zora in the midst of it all, together with the Shadow Realm. Rainbow flashes forward into Sven. Sven goes golden as Nikolai is unstoppable and brings down the Renekton. Addy now running for his life. Second kill has been claimed onto Sven. And now Maturalni Forsaken are paying up with the same coin that Alior Bank did in the previous game. The first 2 Nexus turrets are falling, and as Nikolai is going to sacrifice himself a little bit, they will knock him up in the air and slam them down against the concrete. It's 1-1.
And it's an 8-20 game. Maturalni Forsaken were unstoppable. And later in the game, in this last team fight, when we have the replay of it, I want you to look at Zora. I want you to look at how big the thing is and how nobody can cut through him to get to the backline, to get to the real damage dealers, because he's unkillable. He heals himself up, he has a lot of health. What do you do with Mordekaiser, who has been set ahead? You do nothing. That is the answer. You don't allow him to be ahead. I think in the next game we're going to see a Mordekaiser ban, because AP, I don't think they're ready to face that again.
The Gladiators pits have now just been opened. It's 1-1. Nobody is leading. After a short break, we'll find out who's going to take it to match point. But that now, rest and wait a little.
Wow.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot.
AD carry. I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
길어진 밤, 해가 뜬다. 다시 날 비추는 거울 속 가슴 속 막혀있는 my pride. 조금보단 가치를 봐. 내 안에 흐르는 온도도 겉으론 볼 수 없잖아. I've been waiting for you. 왠지 머리카락 주변만으로 들리지 않던 난 beautiful. 지난 모습 잊어가는 시간 똑딱똑딱. At last I know my worth. 이제는 수면 위로 올라와 착각. At last I know my worth. At last I know my At last I know my worth. 다시 멈추지만 내 자신감. 몰랐을 대로 안 돌아봐 말리지 마. 잊혀가는 과거 속엔 아직 바랄래. 고개 들어 길을 걸을 때 This feeling seems so natural. I've been
breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Out of breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Yeah, I always kept the faith. Look my problems in the face. Thank the Lord I saw the day, cause I ain't knowed another day. I've been cutting to the chase, but don't cut corners that ain't safe. There's a will and there's a way. You stay strong, you won't break. But hey, hold up, tell me what's your motive. Tell me what's your motive. You gon' grind when it goes unnoticed. When it goes unnoticed, what's your fate? Even at your lowest, you gon' keep on going. You gon' keep on going, you gon' keep on going. Hey, yeah, living every day with a purpose. Even though we made mistakes and ain't perfect. Yeah, living our best life cause we deserve it. Yeah, we deserve it. Out of breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Out of breath, time running to the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith. Kept the faith. To the bank. When you winning, they gon' have something to say. Was broke, now I got expensive taste. When I was way down, I always kept the faith.
Yeah. Money, 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 money. Okay. I get what? I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. Yeah, I get bread, I get bank, I get money, I get big C notes, that's them big head hundreds. Grinding every day, I got this drip dead on me. Watch me pull up in that whip, I thought a trick said something. They don't got them funds, they don't got that bag. They can't have no fun, they ain't got them racks. They ain't got the ones, they don't got no stacks. They be all up in my comments, oh I make them so mad. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green, I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green. I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get Benjamins, I get real bucks. Pay my critics none, they some real ducks. I get capital, they looking real stuck. They getting chump change, they out of real luck. Please don't step out your element, all of that talking you doing is irrelevant. Look like the type that brag on the settlement. Why I'm just killing time making their president. Really don't care what the faker is telling me. As long as he peeping the pedigree, boy I get riches and this is the evidence. Money so tall like you're standing to elephants. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green. I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees. I get dough, I get cheese, I get moolah, I get green. I get money, money, money. You can check out my receipts. I get bread, I get vitamins, I get chips in the cream. I get money, money, money. Paper like it grow on trees.
Thank you, Captain, as we're about to jump in right into game number 3. It's Maturalni Forsaken versus Alior Bank team, and it is 1-1. Score has been equalized. We saw a dominant win from Alior Bank team in game number 1. Now, it's a dominant win from Maturalni Forsaken in game number 2. Fantastic approach with the draft that had us a little bit puzzled, but then it turned out beautifully in the end.
And again, it really makes me wonder where the Mordecai is just going to be banned out. Of course, this is not going to solve the main problem that Alior Bank had in this game, and this was lack of consistency in a very damn weak early game that has set them too far behind. Alior Bank team are another example of what we were discussing yesterday about both Zero Tenacity and Anonymo. This is the team that prefers to be playing from ahead. They like to be playing from ahead. This is their comfort zone to just start stomping from the very beginning. So when such a team finds themselves losing in the early game, this is when things become very challenging for them. And Alior Bank could not stand up to the challenge in this game. Everywhere across the map, they were losing lead and prior to Maturalni Forsaken, and they never got the time to retake it back.
With that being said, you also have to consider the amount of step up that we've seen from individual players, right? Nikolai, who has been pretty much on fire in this game, and then you mentioned Mordecai, which is rather fair. Zora has been exploding on the Rift.
Oh yes, Zora finally had the game that he was destined to have from the very first game today. Finally, his Mordecai fully paid off, and this is a very clear example of how both of these top laners can be played around. If you set ahead Renekton, you're a very happy teammate of Renekton. If you set ahead Mordecai, you're a very happy teammate of Mordecai, because both of them can provide exceptional utility for the team when they are ahead. It wasn't even about the damage from Zora, even though definitely it was there. He was able to kill everybody. I think it was more about the sustainability of that thing. Everybody from the side of Alior Bank team had to spend so much time trying to kill him and get through him that they had no time and resources left for the actual damage dealers on the side of Forsaken.
And when it comes to the bans, I'm also really wondering if we're going to see an Ashe ban in this game. Because, yes, you could argue that Ashe is not one of these big champions that you can't play around, but it felt like in this particular game, Ashe, piloted by Godzi, has been probably one of the most influential things when it comes to control and even damage output. Right, so with that being said, what is going to be the approach from Alior Bank team in the drafts is one of my biggest questions, and I feel like a lot is going to be dependent on the way what they're going to try to draft for themselves and deny to the enemy team.
I'm assuming Alior Bank team are going to be on the right side. We're going to have the answer pretty soon, but I'm just assuming that they want to pick the counter picks for themselves right now. Because Maturalni Forsaken have been pretty successful in counter picking, and yes, exactly, Alior Bank team are going to be on the right side, and I think this is going to be the theme for the remainders of the playoffs for Ultraliga. Whichever team has the prior to pick the side, they are going to pick the red side just because it is much stronger than the blue side these days. Which opens questions. What are Alior Bank going to go into this time? What are they going to ban out from Maturalni Forsaken? Because Forsaken are on the blue side. They have the first pick. If you leave things like Kaiser, Mordecai, Rel open for them, they're going to take them, no doubt.
I feel like there should be also a ban of LeBlanc, especially from this time around when we talk about Maturalni Forsaken, because Manny is one of these players that is unbelievably versatile when it comes to his champion pool. He is rather skilled on a lot of different champions, and letting him play on the LeBlanc might be a little bit of a coin flip, depending on, of course, what Rebo is going to be playing. So that, you know, a bit of a question and answer. But yeah, it feels like you really need to think about how do you want to sort of balance yourself between those respect bans that you give towards your opponent and you try to ban specific champions away from him, and those bans that you just know you cannot allow, like for example the Rel, whether it's support, whether it's jungle, it doesn't really matter really.
Yeah, it's about the balance, right? There are so many meta champions you must get rid of Like Magvayer, for example, you cannot let him slip through the bounce at any single moment, especially from the red side. But at the same time, how much do you respect some specific opponents? To me, there, the question is going to be, are we finally going to see Mani playing Azure? Because that's something that we've been deprived of, and Mani is one of the best Azure pilots we have in Ultraliga, and I feel like it could be the game changer because Azure scales so damn well into the late game. He has so much control. He usually contains the prio of the mid game, of the mid lane in his hands, and Mani again is an exceptional Azure player. I want to see this happening in game number 3.
Let's see how the bans are going to unravel, because for now they seem to be rather stable. Rel, Olaf and Annie taken away by Maturalni Forsaken. AB answer with the Jax, Maokai, and perhaps there's going to be something like Kaiser or maybe LeBlanc now taken away from them too. Not a lot. Well, there's a lot of options left, but there's only one more ban you can do. Kaiser is going to be our superstar of this ban. Let's see what Maturalni Forsaken unfolded with, and they're going to start up with a Jace.
Jace for Repo. We already saw how strong Jace is because of the poke. That is really hard to answer, but that was a promising thing there. I want to see something with the range for Alia Punk. I want to see something that can answer the poke from Jace flying their way.
Well, of course.
Xayah is already a good... I don't think it's the time for Vel'Koz. He's too immobile. I want to see my tentacle boy, but unfortunately I'm not seeing him anywhere soon in the pro games. I love Xayah for Alia Punk. And I love the fact that they snatched Rakan for her, because that is a good, strong bot lane for AP already. They can get accelerated very fast, but Maturalni Forsaken are answering with Varus, which is an obvious choice when you don't have Kai'Sa available.
And an Alistar, which is rather interesting. Now making sure that they can prevent Minimagic from getting into those team fights. We've seen what he can do in those team fights in the beginning of the series, right? And it's now having some champion that will have that tool of stopping the enemy is going to be exactly there. Sylas not picked up. There's not really a lot of reason to pick him up just yet. Yes, you can take away the Unbreakable Will. You can take away the Chains of Corruption, but that's about it for the moment, right? You don't know what's going to be there too. And Ahri seems just safer at the current state.
I know, and I agree with you that she feels safer, and Mani is a very good Ahri user, but that Sylas could steal away Alistar's ultimate, and this is one of the strongest ultimates available for Sylas. Whenever there is Alistar, there is always a thought somewhere in the back of my head, what if there is going to be Sylas on the enemy team? Because if he snatches that away, the teamfight potential for him is going to be unstoppable. But that's not going to be Sylas for AP in the end, and it's not going to be Azure either, so I'm still a little bit sad about AP's choices, but they decided Ahri is going to be a stronger pick for them. They want to get things going earlier than the late game, and this time having Xayah on their team, this Ahri makes much more sense than in the previous one when she was paired up with Kai'Sa, and Kai'Sa had to wait for much longer than Ahri, thus creating the disbalance in the team.
With the second ban, or the second rotation of the bans rather, we see Na and Poppy being taken away by AB. Maturalni Forsaken answered with the Jarvan. The fourth, and perhaps something more can be thrown in there, like a Vi, maybe it's a Juani, just to make sure that there's no big setup. We've seen that the combo of Vi and Ahri has been rather well working, despite all the hiccups that have happened in the previous game. But no, they take away the Sejuani that has been the superstar for AB in game number 1. Still leaving actually AB with the potential, if they want to pick up Vi for themselves, they can.
Ha, but there is another pick for them. There is Viego open again. Both of these junglers play Viego a lot and play him quite well, so Adi is going to snatch this guy for himself. He is going to be the accelerator for the team. He is going to be fighting for the resets. But if this happens, might not happen. We saw Gwen ban in the previous game though. However, either Aatrox or Gwen are going to be super good for Maturalni Forsaken, and Aatrox these days feels really confident on the top lane, and he is going to be picked if he is not behind. It's the same idea. If he is not behind, he will kill everything and everybody going his way.
A lot of potential now into the hands of Zora, and we know that he loves playing Aatrox quite a little. And the jungler, this game will be by the looks of Wukong. Yes, if it works, don't touch it, don't break it, and let it slide. AB has the potential now to try to look for a counter pick of some sort. Jack's not available anymore. You can pick up something like a Kassan, theoretically. What else is there open? Olaf now taken away.
Rumble? Or the Magic's lucky charm, the card that brought him a very early quadruple in the regular season. The Darius is there, the team fighter, the lane dominant. I love it. I love it for AB. They are bringing out at least some of the big guns on the top side of the map with Darius and Viego. They have a powerhouse that is going to be super strong in the skirmishes.
Very interestingly again for me in this particular game will be, again, the junglers, right? I feel like we are talking about this all on and on and on and on, but this is where lots of these questions kind of just, you know, basically we just slam into the wall of a question of, okay, and what of the junglers, right? Every single time you just sit there and go, yes, but what of the junglers, you know, because right now, again, Darius, going to be a lane bully, definitely, will provide a lot of this additional damage thanks to his passive as well, in order to bleed his enemies out. And Aatrox, as he is, will have a little bit of a harder time. But if Nikolai gets a few good ganks now and there, manages to maybe give one kill, should be enough for Aatrox to just feel confident on the lane and going in those one-on-ones, especially as soon as he picks up the World's Ender for him.
I have a strong opinion about Darius in the top lane. I usually don't have strong opinions about top laners because it's my least favorite lane probably, but I have an opinion about these two because Aatrox is really hard to deal with because of his range. But in this matchup, I think he will have to rely on his range fully because Darius, again, is a bully. He wants to bully you the hell out of the top lane. He wants to run you down and kill you. And he's, if I recall correctly, running with a ghost. So he quite literally wants to run you down. And if this Aatrox is not careful enough, if he allows Darius to get close to him and to drag him in, that is going to be a very dead Aatrox. So I think this pickup of Darius is not just great for the team fights, it's also great for the lane. And there is Viego on top of that. I want to see that Viego causing shenanigans on the top lane if Maddox is not able to cause them on his own, which I think he should be, but let's see. He has a plan B right now in the face of his jungler.
When it comes to the range, I'm actually not 100% certain that we would need a check on that somehow. I believe that the second Q should be just in the range for the pull of Darius. So you have that little bit of extra range with the either the first Q or the Q plus
the third
E.
One.
The third one's right in the center, so you have to be right in there.
You have to be careful either way, yeah.
Yeah, you have to be really careful there because that will basically, if you want to go for these trades, you have to be very sane about the way how do you want to conclude your queue.
Yeah.
And again, it feels like just a lot will depend on these junglers. Again, just imagine for a second that Addy again is going to go and gank the top lane, the same thing that we see in the game number 1. Then he's going to give that one kill to Darius, donate it there. Top lane is never going to get back to, from this hole of Darius constantly dominating the lane and bullying Aatrox underneath his turret, leaving him crying and whimpering and asking to get back to his mum, pretty much.
That's the sad world that you are drawing for him, but it might just be the world that he will have rather to live in if this happens in the top lane, yeah. But I really think that the top lane has to be the focus in the early game, because where else do you focus? Yes, there is Jace on the mid lane that you can try to accelerate because of his insane poke in the early game, but no, okay, there is bot lane for Maturalni Forsaken. There is Varus on the bot lane, and you need to give him the kills, because as much as I love Gutkowski on the more of enabler champions, I want to see him on the full-on damage champion, because he's also having hell of blades on this Varus. He wants to go full lethality build. This can deal a lot of damage, but give this man a little bit of leash in the early, please.
Let's see how this is going to go for both of these teams. We are going into game number 3. Maturalni Forsaken, this is Alior team. It is the quarterfinals. It is the second match of round 2 that will decide who is going to drop out of the tournament and who is going to get into the small finals and face Zero Tenacity. this Friday.
That's
actually. Don't forget about that. It's this Friday.
Exciting. Yes, we have kind of a super week this week. No, it's not 3 days in a row, but it's still 3 days in 1 week. And then we'll have to take quite a long break until we go into the big finals next Friday. But Trent and Chromax might not go anywhere because AB see him and they have a really good report right now. They are getting prepared. They know that they need to track Nikolai. The problem is they're tracking him on the wrong side of the map.
Matix, walking up here a little bit, giving a little bit of
Have a
information.
look. Yeah.
I mean, he's going really deep. Gonna land even a Q onto Zora. Rather lovely to have it. Especially because getting that a little bit of an extra advantage is going to help him out in controlling the lane.
He's gonna lose the minions. He's gonna lose the first 3 minions. Zora, I mean, of course.
Zora,
that is
yeah.
really good from Matix. Oh, he's zoning him so hard already.
Good thing is that Zora was able to pick up at least one of them, and Matix himself wasn't able to pick up all 3, so there's 1 minion difference. So the idea was very good. The execution did not deliver to the most, but now here comes the Ghost and level 2. Oof. Zora instantly recognizes the power of a level 2 Darius and decides to invest his flash to make sure that Matix doesn't kill him. Level 2 Darius can be a little bit obnoxious to deal with. Okay, now it's Addy. Nikolai's here. The red buff is going to go over to Nikolai. The fight 1-on-1 starts. Addy, Proxys Conqueror, has to get out now. Nikolai on the chase, decides not to pursue him because of Manny. Reboot is here, so is Chromax. Little bit of a harder position maybe to deal with. Manny being forced into the hands of the enemy. Chromax will invest the flash. Yes, he will. Tries to go for a knockup. But then Manny invests the flash of his own. Stun coming in as well. Minimagic is here. Nikolai around as well. And Sven's now walks up here too. A little bit of a nervous situation for everybody involved. But Sven's will be able to steal away a few raptors thanks to Minimagic. Nikolai was able to snatch the big one with his smite. Everybody seems to be on their toes over here. Everybody is a tiny bit more nervous, and no surprise really, as both of these teams have shown us some incredible performances in these 2 games.
Everybody's getting a little bit of nervous. At least us, the viewers, are getting a little bit nervous because of how many exchanges are there happening on the map. No kills yet, but so many flashes burned across the map. So many things happening. And on top lane right now, look at that. There are going to be 2 teleports brought by Maturalni Forsaken, but the fact that there is the teleport from Zora means that Matix has done his job on the top lane in the early game really by the book. He threatened Zora, got the flash out of him on level 2, and he's really strong against Aatrox. He built up the wave, I assume, because I wasn't looking at the minimap because there was so much action, but I assume he built up the wave, then recalled to make sure he's going to have enough time to just simply have a nice walk back to the lane while the opponent has to invest the teleport in, because again, there is no teleport for Matix, and that's something we need to keep in mind going into later game and big team fights, because he will not be able to join the team if he's somewhere else on the map. He will need to be around them if Alior want to have or force a fight with Maturalni Forsaken.
Absolutely so. For now, the game slows down just a tiny bit. Overall, AB seem to be on the winning hand here. Godzi, however, we will recall. Now we'll be back with a few more items. Together with Chromax. No, Chromax. Is angry. He's an angry
yes,
bee.
He's angry. Exactly. You can understand the man. He cannot do anything. He's just trying to collect some experience in his pockets, because other than that, what do you do without your AD carry? You
Hex flash into the enemies apparently, as he's going to be rooted here as well. Tries to go for a lock-in. The Ignite is ticking. A few more also should do the trick. And yes, it will. It's the first blood. He Hex flashed right into the enemy's Thief Arrow, though, onto Minimagic. Root coming in through. Godzi won't be able to finish the kill. Chromax. That was a costly mistake, mate.
Yeah, you brought it upon yourself, Chromax. I'm very sorry, but that's what happened. Never underestimate how quickly Rakan can control you and lock you down together with Xayah. That's why they're the lava birds, because they are a threat to you on the lane. A very big one, because of how well they synergize together. Don't just Hex Flash into them, kids. That's going to be your lesson for today.
Ultraliga, educating kids since season 7, apparently. That's when we started to educate kids. In the meantime, knock up onto Manny. It was a very quick one and a good one too, but he's able to get out of it instantly. Here comes Minimagic together with Spence. It's an instant pickup and an absolute disaster for Maturalni Forsaken. Second kill already handed to AB and a second death on Chromax.
Imagine you're Alistair right now. You're trying to set things up for your team. Or you're just chilling on the bot lane. Or you're trying to set up a nice kill for your mid lane who just got level 6 and has an advantage over the enemy. You jump in relentlessly over and over, but what do you get in return? Nothing! You are dying for the second time already. We even have the replay of his first death. Oh, Chromax, I feel bad for you now.
Not the brightest of the games for Chromax in this particular one. Overstepped here in the bot lane. And here, the attempt was brilliant as he flashed right onto Manny. Managed to pick up a few, or rather manages to knock him up in the air. But then the instant response from AB was huge. Now, they were looking for Matix, but I believe he has been spotted away quite a few times because of that ward. He won't be able to do anything whatsoever. He has to return back to the base. Overall, not looking too shiny for Maturalni Forsaken, I would say.
Yeah, not anywhere, because they don't have any lead on the top lane, and Matix is fine even not having the lead over Zora. He's fine just going equal with them for now. He's going to be getting stronger and stronger. The attempt was broken to do anything there because, yeah, exactly the word spotted Nikolai, but now at least... Another Sallybank. I'm getting confused because we had 2 games in a row of Maturalni Forsaken on the right side. There was an attempt there from Gutkowski, but it was a little bit not enough. I don't think they had any vision in the pit whatsoever, so it must have been a blind arrow, and it almost hit.
I believe so, yeah. I believe so indeed. First Drake now falls into the hands of AB. Second one is going to be Mountain Drake. Something that both of the teams probably would be quite interested to try to pick up for themselves, since it provides you those just a tiny bit of resist, and a little bit of that additional tankiness. Something that you always love to see. Sven's getting his level 6. Now, theoretically, we can see the setup for the Featherstorm. For now, AB might just turn their attention towards the Herald. They have all the prior pretty much anywhere on the map. Mid lane is in control of Manny. Top lane, Zora is now forced underneath his turret, falling behind massively when it comes to CS department. Almost a 30 CS difference. And that allows Addy to just walk in there without hesitation, without any resist from the enemy team, pick up the Herald, pick up the Scuttle, and see what you want to do with it.
Release it somewhere is going to be the answer, but yeah, the real question is where do they want to You have to pick it up! You have to pick it up! Adi! You have to pick it up! You don't just kill it! No!
That is not an Eye of Sauron, mate! It doesn't work like that. And you don't have the one ring that will rule them all. Okay, but no, okay, it's nowhere to be seen anymore. Matix versus Zora in the meantime. Chromax is here to maybe to help him out. Nikolai has his level 6. If they decide to go for it, they may. Minimatrix going to knock up Rebo right in the air. The charm, I believe, has already been used, so they won't be able to lock him down even further with the CC chain. That was a disaster for AB.
I know they wanted to retreat from the pit immediately because they saw Maturalni Forsaken closing in. But it is just one tiny step that you need to make, and you still have the Heartbreaker, you have the Flash. I assume you still had the Flash back then. I mean, already had a Flash back then. So just pick it and you go away. And I have questions, but I don't think any of those are going to be answered.
Damage! Knock up Manny gets the kill, and Chromax delivers him to safety. Now it's 2-on-2 here in the top lane. The execution towards Enter. Addy is on the chase, going to pick up that kill. Matix runs away on a ghost. And Nikolai knows he can't do anything. And by the looks of it, Maturalni Forsaken are crumbling apart just a tiny bit. Already 3,000 gold. ABR in the lead. 0-4 we go. And it seems just like a repetition of game number 1.
3,000. We still have the third plates. We're super early in the game. That is a massive difference between the teams, and it doesn't look like Forsaken have an idea of how to get out of it, because this fight on the top lane actually showcases to us something very interesting about how AB want to be approaching the skirmishes, and they want to have a lot of it because they have resets on both of these champions that are fighting right now. Matix, being a good boy, jumps on top of the enemy, tries to get the reset, doesn't get it, but guess what? Somebody else on his team can get a reset immediately, and that is Viego, and that's how they want to approach the fights, killing the enemy one after another, and they have the perfect tools for that. They have the control, and they have the a very strong single target control, and if anybody from Forsaken dies in the big team fight, that's going to be a trigger when everybody at AB's side gets excited.
And they have also perfect single target damage if you think about it, right?
Yeah.
Because with that guillotine, with the fact how much tools or how many tools AB have in their hands right now to synergize themselves with that guillotine and give both Matix and Addy resets in their team fights are massive. Smanny already running around with the Feather Everfrost. Svens has the Featherstorm plus Minimagic who's able to knock up people in the air, or Charmer with the quickness. If you think about it, if they lock someone down, it is going to be atrociously hard to deal with any of that. In the meantime, the Charm coming in through, double one even. Nikolai is going to get instantly picked up. There is nothing that Maturalni Forsaken are capable of doing in this game.
Nope. Maybe getting some gold into Gotzi, but Gotzi is 0-0-0 at 12th minute in the game. What can you do with this virus right now? Hopefully his ultimate is going to be pretty much the answer to it. He's hitting on the dirt. It's a very good component, but it's gonna do nothing, and it's gonna compare it like nothing to when Sven speaks. He's Kraken Slayer, and he's very damn close to it, and this is going to be half the way for the power spike for this IRL for Virus. The power spike might never come in. Oh no, Sven's couldn't recall! No, the lava bird left the lava bird back. Oh, that's a sad story there on the bot lane.
It's like William Shakespeare all over again.
Exactly.
The dragon is up on the map already. Let's see if any of the teams are going to try to claim it. Svens is here, so is Nikolai, so is Minimagic, Manny, Reboot, everybody's around here. Adi is now going to make his way towards the dragon pit. Maturalni Forsaken are not in the position where they can comfortably fight with the enemy. Might force to be. Double knock-up coming through. Chromax knocked up in the air and charmed. Runs for his life, and Brickable Will has been pressed down. Knocks up Minimagic in the air, but the Heartbreaker is going to break his cart and take his life. Godzi fires away, but he can't really do anything. The dragon has been started. Chromax died for the third time in this game. This is not his game. And AB are feeling rather on fire.
Rather on fire? I would say they're feeling very much on fire right now. My man, look at how good they're feeling. 0-6 it goes from Maturalni Forsaken. A heck so. And Ali Bank are already half the way there. And Maturalni Forsaken, again, what? That's a missed charm, money. Okay, but he still lives because no mana for Rebu. Yeah, that's true. For example, a missed opportunity for Maturalni Forsaken to do something about the early game, right? Because what are they gonna do now? They rely on being ahead. Yeah, that's another thing that they have, unfortunately, in their basket right now. But again, they don't have anything that scales this time. At least in previous game, Ali B could try to wait it out, even though they couldn't in the end, as we saw. But right now, Forsaken rely on everybody being ahead, and nobody is ahead, which means pretty much GG. Go next.
Andy is here. Godzi has no mana. Chromax is maybe here to try to help him out. On top of him, knocks him up in the air. Q is not going to connect. He doesn't have the damage just yet to force him down that quickly. Svens is here to maybe help out his comrades, but Chromax and Godzi are taking it slow, taking it safe, decide to retreat as deep into their territory as possible to make sure that things are not given away to AB anymore. Right now, it's this 4,000 gold that is the difference between the teams. There's quite a bit of distance, and a lot of that distance now is in the hands of the mid laner and the AD carry. It is the perfect opportunity for AB to keep going because of that lead that they have in their carries. Arrow has been started. AD maybe is here to try to snatch it away. Nikolai recognizes that, tries to protect it,
just grab
to
it,
smash
please.
it out, does it.
Thank
Grabs
you.
the eye. And now he has a little pocket mount, not mount, sorry, Dolguldur. Not Dolguldur, wait, it's Barad-dur.
Bara who?
The Barad-dur, that's the tower on which the Eye of Sauron is seated.
Oh, it has a name. I didn't know. I feel very uneducated
Yes, it does.
now. Thank you.
Now you are educated as Adi hops over the wall and gets right on top of Godzi. It's an instant kill and a great pickup as AB are continuing pushing forward.
Yeah, well, who's gonna stop them now? The Herald? I don't see it. I don't see it happening because AB have the auto turret on the mid lane right now. Madix is still having fun with Zora on the top lane. Funny enough, neither of them have any kills. Even Madix, he only has a little assist in his pocket, which could change somewhere soon because AB right now are going to be rotating more towards the top part of the map slowly. Maybe not right now, but surely they will. Oh, Minimagic.
Zora knocked up in the air. Addy is here, and they're fighting together with Nikolai. Minimagic might be looking for a way to go in. The ghost has been propped. Nikolai has the flash available to him. Knocks him up in the air. The pull has been there as well. Zora now into the fight, the teleport. But it might not even be needed as the first execution is coming in through together with a reset. Reaver is here on teleport. He has been delivered. But he's way too little because the fight has already ended. AB pick up the kill for themselves, killing Chromax again in this game.
Chromax is not having the game of his life this time, I'm afraid. In the first game, it was Zora. In the third game, it is Chromax who has to be the sacrificial lamb. Adi, you're on a ward. Are you aware of the fact you're on a ward?
Chain of Corruption, Roots, and last auto will be just enough to pick up a shutdown, at least something for Maturalni Forsaken in this game. Actually, the first kill in those 17 minutes. And also, do you want to know a fun fact?
Yeah.
50% of the kills that AB hold in their hands have been made on Chromax.
Oh no. Oh no, poor cow. He has been made a steak.
Cow?
That is so sad. I mean, Chromax. It's Alistair. It's
Isn't he a
cow.
bull?
And he has been... As long as you can make a steak out of it, it's a cow. Delicious. In my books, at least.
You can make a steak out of a bull as well?
I mean, if you're really hungry.
Yes.
I don't know, man. I'm not a butcher. I just scream at video games, okay?
You're the butcher of Blaviken. Anyway. 20 seconds on the clock before the dragon is going to appear. Adi already in the river. Already looking to set up the control. Chromax hops over the wall on the Hex Flash. Minimagic gets out of the Hum's way quite instantly. For now, it seems that Maturalni Forsaken might be able to hold it down. Shirelius, together with a stopwatch to get him golden. Chains of Corruption now has been pretty much neglected. Herald dropped down. It's 5-on-5 now. Rebo fires away. Tries to get at least something going. Zora, with a little bit of a poke on it of his own. Not able to do too much, however. Minimagic now retreats, looks for a flanking maneuver. And we know what a flanking Rakan can do. And now you need to be extra vigilant about that Rakan, about Minimagic. Rebo walks right into him. They decide not to do that. They don't know where Minimagic is. They are assuming. But that's about it. AB still waiting for an opportunity to get in. It's a slow fight here. Mani is together with Minimagic. They can form a formidable flank opportunity. Here comes the charm, but Chromax instantly knocks him out. Brilliant play from the support. And now they're pulling Matix right on top of him, trying to get him down. But the damage of AB pretty much settles it all. As Rebo will run for his life, fall down inevitably, and Manny will score his quadra. Brilliant answer from AB.
That was such a quick clutch fight. There was so much damage flying back and forth, and Chromax this time was brilliant. And Alior even managed to catch Madix with a... I don't even remember what, but something from Zora flew in and caught him off guard. He pulled him in, but... The thing is, AB had money in a very good position, and they had a lot of damage on their hands. And again, Forsaken, even though they have some items completed, they don't have nearly as much damage as AB have in their hands. Spence has a beautiful Feather Storm in there, locking down everybody, dealing damage to everybody, and then it's Money on the cleaning duties, getting his beautiful and very well-deserved quadra.
It was a great attempt by Maturalni Forsaken and fantastic reactions from Chromax. But it is so hard to fight against the enemy who's 7,000 gold ahead over you. And now they need to find an opportunity, find for a way to do it again. Because AB are knocking on the doorstep of the Baron pit. If they want, they can just walk in and take it. And by the looks of it, this is exactly what they're looking to do. Maturalni Forsaken are scattered around the map. Baron going down so quickly. Rebo just rushing there. Nikolai is here, hops over in the portal. Somebody needs to go and answer it. Has the flash available to him, might use it. Minimagic is there, going with the charm onto Rebo. They decide to turn, bring him down. Matix takes the kill. No need to push for the hero, but not for the hero, but for the Bathroom Robber. But it looks like they're going to do it anyway. Now Manny on the cleaning duties. Spots Nikolai with the Oracle lens. Nikolai is trying to dance it around. Goes right into the Minimagic. They're trying to lock him up with an Everfrost. They will do it eventually. And they will kill him. Maybe even the Cyclone is not going to help it out. Zora in the midst of it all together with Chromax. There's Godsey. They're firing away. Minimagic flashes forward. Doesn't find the knockup, however. Maturalni Forsaken still standing. Chromax now is going to go down. As Manny's still on the chase. Minimagic finally finds the charm, finally finds the knockup, and the kill is there as well. Zora, the last man standing, will not do on anything whatsoever. It's the double kill for AB. They are dominating this team fight despite the greatest attempts of Maturalni Forsaken.
It was a very dire attempt from Maturalni Forsaken, but they had to do something. However, Alior team, which to so many attempts and sieges from Maturalni Forsaken, they were coming in with the damage from Godsey this time, but this was not even close if you compare it to what Alior were able to throw at them. And this time, again, Svens was incredible, but I also...
Oh.
Nikolai? Oh, that's not Nikolai. Okay, that's not the right one. All right. But back for a second, Manny is so damn good in this game. He's good always. He's a great mid laner. One of those best ones, the most ones that we have in Ultraliga. But he goes absolutely unleashed in this game. And he does so much. He controls the map around the fights. He controls the enemies quite literally. And now he might even do more.
We'll have to see. Maturalni Forsaken are forced underneath their turret. They're just squabbling there, just standing there, not knowing where to go and what to do because AB are pushing through every possible lane. Rebo is not able to clear the minions fast enough as Manny and Addy take down the first turret. Next one is on the line. It's the bot one. Chains of Corruption are not going to find even a single target. And that might have been their downfall. Manny, in the meantime, continues to push him through the inhibitor. It's finally down. Turret as well. AB continue to pretty much push forward as Manny teleports onto the top lane. By the looks of it, they want to try and open all three sides of the enemy team.
Why not? They have nothing to rush. Again, it's not like Maturalni Forsaken are getting too much stronger. It's not like Alior are racing against the clock or anything. If anything, they are the ones getting stronger. They are sitting on the power spike. Svensson 2 items. Excuse me, there is a book completed from Manny. I love this build from Manny so much. This is how Ari is supposed to be looking like in the game when she is getting Everfrost first item. It's a good item, but you really need legendaries upon it. And the book. If you have the book on Ari with 22 stacks, you're a very happy Ari. And Alior are a very happy team as the result, because look at them cutting through those lanes. Everything is going to be open.
Ooh, the damage into Chromax might have been too much for them to deal with, and now AB retreats. With the empowered recourse, they can get back to the base really quickly. And if you look at the state of the base of Maturalni Forsaken, it is not hanging on. 2 base turrets are already absent, 1 inhibitor down, second one still standing. And they are falling behind 14,000 gold. And it's going to be unbelievably hard for them to try and somehow bounce back into this game.
Can they bounce back? I hate to be the bearer of the bad news, but I don't think Maturalni Forsaken can do anything. Look at the damage graphs. They're not dealing damage. And even if they do, look at the damage from Manny. 18,000. Nobody's getting any close to what this Ari is capable of doing. It's 4 item Ari. One of those items, again, being the book with 22 stacks. If somebody kills her, of course, they're going to be happy because it's a massive champion bounty. It's going to be the stacks taken off the book with a lot of damage taken off that Ari, but can you kill her? Because it's not just Ari. This is Manny on Ari. Manny who has been allowed a good early game, and he's delivering the investments back to his team.
The Hextech Soul now has been picked up. AB are even stronger than they were before. And by the looks of it, they are prepping themselves, perhaps even for the last push. Because of that kill score, you could argue that they don't even need the Baron buff in order to do that. Manny leading the siege in the mid lane. The rest of the team in the bot. Addy now instantly taken away. However, that might be the turnaround quickness now being used. A lot of charms coming in as well. Knock up onto Ari. As Matic is now being fallen as well. Reba runs for his life. The heal, the Feather Storm, but it's nothing compared to the force of AB. It's 3 versus 1 now. Manny flashes forward, goes for the phase rush as well. Zora still alive. Tries to catch him up with the perfect perfect play out! Maturalni Forsaken still standing, but can they hold on? Minimagic now tries to do at least something. Next Historics in the meantime are still standing. And Srens and Minimagic retreat. Maturalni Forsaken found themselves the most beautiful team fight.
AB are crying because that's 10 stacks gone from the book, and they're crying because they couldn't win the fight that would have been the final one for them. You have to give it to Maturalni Forsaken. They knew it was possibly a do-or-die situation for them, possibly the last fight, and they fought back like lions. Them catching off Ari off guard was the beginning of the beautiful story of this fight, and it's again coming down to Ari and Nikolai, right? They're the ones to start the games, to start the fights for their teammates, but also they're the ones to bring their teammates to the demise. The positioning here is something I want you to pay attention to, because Svens and Mani are excellent. Svens is all the time at the back lane, but here he's getting too much from the turret. He has to retreat. Mani is getting too much. He's getting pulled in by Zora as well. It's the control that kills AB. It's the only thing that can kill AB right now.
Everything was perfect there for Maturalni Forsaken, but they needed to be perfect again. They needed to work out for them again. In 20 seconds, there's going to be a Baron buff. It's not going to be that easy to repel the attackers that will have the power of the Baron buff in their hands. Bromax alone, isolated, might be caught away here. You need to be extra careful. 10 seconds on the clock. It's still ticking. Maturalni Forsaken are trying to approach the river, but they can't really do anything. Minimagic looking for a flank maneuver. Manny, charm onto the clone. It's not something that you were looking for. The Baron has been started. Manatics take a few shots now and there. Gonna get rooted. Flashes away. Pays respect to the damage of the enemy now, and they're forcing away Manny as well. Nikolai gets into the pit with the Cyclone. Can he steal it? No! He's dead. Way too late. And now onto Matix. Rebo gets a few damage now and there. Addy with a Heartbreaker tries to chase him down. The charm onto Chromax is going to get right there in the midst of it all. And he's trying to buy the time for a seam. But the time is working against him. World's End will be propped. And he will fly and levitate as he will see his base and his teammates fall as AB bring it to match point.
Somebody please go and check Manny's computer, because the man is 11-1-10. The man has an insane kill participation in this game. The main controls everybody. And while Maturalni Forsaken again tried to pull the impossible, tried to go in with Nikolai dashing right into the Baron pit, it was too little too late. It was not enough for them. There is no way for Maturalni Forsaken to bounce back into this game. The game's score was decided in the very beginning of it. And now, Maturalni Forsaken are in a very tough spot. They have one victory, yes, but AB have two, and they just need one more W in the books to progress further into the small finals. Can Maturalni Forsaken somehow miraculously bounce back?
Will it be Silver Scrapes today? Because what we've seen throughout the entire day is that as soon as AB picks up a win, it's Maturalni Forsaken who answer with a win of their own. And for now, it seems to be just paying out, you know, pretty much going by the book here. First game goes to Alior team, second game goes to Maturalni Forsaken, and the third one falls into the hands of AB again. It's match points! One more victory for AB, and they advance into the small finals. Or one more victory for Maturalni Forsaken in Silver Scrapes. Let's go on a break and see how this fight ends.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot.
AD carry. I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Match Point. Alior Bank team versus Maturalni Forsaken. It's 2-1. Alior Bank team is in the lead. And after game number 3, we are concerned for the future of those that have been forsaken.
We are very concerned, to be fair, because that game from them was very. That game from Maturalni Forsaken was a series of unfortunate events. Yeah, that game was very, full stop. That was so many things that went wrong for them. And what makes me worried is that this time they drafted all in for the early game. And when the early game worked for them, it was game over for Maturalni Forsaken. I want to see a better draft from them this time, because if they go with the same idea and Alior Bank understand what is the idea, they're going to do the same thing as they did in this game, and this is completely just from Maturalni Forsaken very early on in the game. And can we talk about Money for a second, who we just saw on our screens? How good was Money in this game? Because the answer is again,
The man was incredible. The man was absolutely incredible in this game. And with overall, it just went exactly as AB planned for it. You can see that in those team fights, everything was clicking for them. Even though Minimatic, he stepped up in game number 1 on Rakan, and in game number 3, he wasn't as flashy as one may say. In this game, it was Svens and Manny who was stealing the show pretty much in any fight. However, when we talk about the early game, I feel like we also really need to point out the fact that Maturalni Forsaken in this particular game was no Maturalni Forsaken we've seen in game number 2. They were dismembered in a certain way of it. Chromax had a really poor performance due to whatever reasons. We've seen him almost not paying attention to his surroundings, and because of that fact, somewhere in the early game we had him on 4 deaths already, right? And I am really looking forward to see Forsaken kind of trying to rebuild themselves a little.
To be honest, this last game is going to be about who makes less mistakes, especially very early in the game. And whoever makes less mistakes, and of course whoever comes out with a better draft prepared for anything, is going to come out victoriously. I, for one, really want to see Forsaken going back to the things that were working for them in the game that they snatched away from Alior Bank team in the game number 2, because their poll composition was insane, and Alior Bank were in a position where they didn't even know what to do with it and how to answer it. Maybe this was the idea for Forsaken about how to play the game, but if they don't find the answer very urgently, they're going to get out. They are going to be lost for us, unfortunately, because only one winner is going to be the winner in the end. Oh, look at that, we have the MVP after this game.
Well, it's no surprise, because if you just look at the way how Manny has performed in the previous game, and yeah, the stats, yeah, 36% damage. That's his part of the damage of the entire team. Most of the times we see something 27, 28, sometimes perhaps 30. 36%! That is some magnificent numbers.
And those are the magnificent numbers worthy of a magnificent man that Manny is, and that Manny was in this last game. I wonder if he's going to play Ahri again, because so far he has been really heavily piloting into that Ahri. When Jace is not available, he goes into Ahri, and that is a mistake to give Ahri to him, because he feels really strong as her. But look at that, Maturalni Forsaken lost, and now the other one's choosing the side, and again they are going with the red side. Is it going to help them this time? Because it helped them once, maybe it's going to help them again.
I am expecting, at the very least, I am either expecting them to ban away Ahri, or maybe perhaps looking for some kind of a counter pick toward that Ahri. Because is Azir scary? Yes, he definitely is, but at least there's some kind of a handshake that you can try to pull off there, right? Right now, I don't feel like we are in any position. Oh, and we get a little bit of I'm blanking on a word here, but let's say a little bit of a precision check from the production. Those stats were from the whole playoffs. The statistics you've just seen is the entire playoffs that Manny has played. Soak it in. Just do.
That's... The man does a lot. And I don't don't know if it sounds fair or not, but I kind of want to see this Ahri getting taken away from him. Because I want to see him trying something else. Because we know he's exceptional at Ahri. We know he's going to do the majority of the work for the team on that Ahri. Give him something else. Give man Azure for hell's sake. He deserves to play this champion. And then you as a team can be confident going into this game. Because yes, you want to be stomping from the very early on. So does your opponent, of course. But you can always scale if you have Azure. Please make it happen.
Let's see if it will. The drafts is starting and the bans are pouring in. Right now, nothing in particular brings any questions. Rel, Jax, Maokai, things are looking relatively stable. Rakan now banned away from Minimagic. So that is something that Maturalni Forsaken are not looking forward to dealing with again. Perhaps now they are looking for a ban of something like Ahri, but they will leave Azir, LeBlanc, Jace out in the open.
Kai'Sa.
No, they decide to go towards Xayah.
Alia Bank are right now before a choice, but the choice is not even a choice for them apparently, because they can take Kai'Sa for Sven's, even though Sven's wasn't feeling particularly well on Kai'Sa, because again, it's a champion that really needs her time to scale. If they don't, however, pick her and want to take something else, first of all, what do they take? Because Xayah is taken away, and second of all, you give it to Maturalni Forsaken. But this is the answer we have seen already from Forsaken. This is the Ashe for them, together with Nautilus. That's a heavy kill pressure on the lane. That is the lane that doesn't want to let the enemy leave, breathe, anything. It's just not there. Alistar now picked up a great way of trying to match the force coming from Nautilus. Olaf was out there in the open and Matic instantly jumps on top of it. A lot of things that Zora can pick up for himself if he wants to try and match it, since there's only Gnar being taken away. And they do that with an Aatrox. Alright. Alright. They think that Aatrox can still work for them. This time, however, I want to see a very proactive jungler from Maturalni Forsaken. Maybe Viego if he's not going to be banned out, because he can make him proactive. Maybe something like Lee Sin, for example, because we've already seen him, but he was banned out. And Ahri right now is going to be the ban from Maturalni Forsaken. Usually we see Aliabang taking Ahri pretty early in the draft. This time they decided there were other priorities for them, especially that Olaf. So Ahri has been left out, and now she's banned out, which is forcing Mani to go into something else. Jace is still up there and available. The Maturalni Forsaken might snatch it away because they are on the right side. What is going to be the pick for Mani? It is my main question right now.
I had a thought. Then it escaped my mind.
That's bad.
I'm actually very concerned about the jungler. To be fair, I'm very concerned about the junglers right now. This is where a lot of things come into my mind. Sanjani now been taken away.
Do you see that ban?
I wonder what AB
from Alia Bank?
Yeah.
They have a feeling that it's not all smart. Oh my god!
No!
Not the Bel'Veth! Not the Bel'Veth for Nikolai! Are you kidding me? Oh my god, okay, that's when the things are really getting spicy. That is a Bel'Veth from Maturalni Forsaken. We haven't seen her in ages, but one thing that is still standing true for Bel'Veth is that thing scales. And finally, there is the Azir for Alia Bank, matching the scaling with the scaling. Oh my god, this game is gonna be good.
DrBrilmann.exe has stopped working. Do you want to terminate the process? I mean, okay, so we've got Bel'Veth, we've got Poppy for Addy. What's the last pick here? Maturalni Forsaken really need to answer with some kind of a big mid laner. Will they go for a standard handshake of Korotkiy Azir or anything like that, or Victor? Yeah, that's pretty much one of these standard handshakes. Answer scaling with scaling. Make sure that things are just as stable as they possibly can be. I don't care about anything at the current moment. I genuinely don't care about anything. The only thing I care about now is this Bel'Veth. Sorry, pointing wrong direction. This Bel'Veth right over there. Because what the hell?
Fun thing about Bel'Veth, this is the first ever Bel'Veth we're seeing picked in Ultraliga. The first ever Bel'Veth, and Nikolai is going to be playing her. that is going to be a crazy match that we're going to see. And as much as I love this Velvet, and for sure our eyes are going to be on Nikolai because he's going to be super damn important in this game, I want to talk about the drafts in general because they are really interesting and really damn juicy, and we need to crack open this case because both teams are going in with really big guns, and both teams this time have pretty balanced compositions in terms of how the game is going to go for them. If you look across the map, are there early game tools for both of them? Oh, absolutely yes. This Olaf on the top lane, he wants to dominate the lane, and he can quite possibly dominate the lane. The idea is the same as with Darius. You get your level 1, level 2, and you speed run onto the enemy because Maddox is still having the go, so it's going to be a literal speed run into Zora with all the sheer power that Olaf has in his powers. There is Poppy to help him out as well if anything goes wrong. And after that, if anything doesn't work out for Olaf, what else do you have? An infinite amount of scaling with your Alior. You need to get to really late game though if the early goes wrong for you to get those 3 items unlocked for Alior and for Kai'Sa. But if you do, boy oh boy, Alior these days kills absolutely everything that moves on the Summon District. And I'm not even starting to talk about the Shurima Shuffle because that is going to be an insane value against the enemies.
My primary concern at the moment actually lies with Maturalni Forsaken and their assessment of objective control. Because what we've seen as of late is that either they are capable of controlling a lot of things on the map, including those objectives, or sometimes they just, in a certain way of it, run it down. Not capable of snitching anything for themselves. Like in the previous game, when we haven't seen them take any dragons whatsoever.
Yeah.
With Belveth, you need to control those objectives. With Belveth, it is actually imperative for you to make sure that those objectives are under your control and you are the one claiming them. With that being said, do I have the belief that Nikolai is a capable player of doing that? That is certain. But there's Poppy. There's a champion who will be always there, constantly running towards you and making sure to just disrupt any of your attempts of doing that, including the rest of the team. Shurima's Emperor is the fast one. He will be able to get to those objectives really, really quick, make sure that he is equalizing the ground for you, and then, as you rightfully mentioned, when it comes to the Shurima shuffles, things can just look so differently, right? So the idea of controlling objectives from Maturalni Forsaken right now is quite natural, and yes, they can do it. But it's about Alior Bank team, about the fact that they will be constantly there, making sure that you can't approach them.
And you need to approach them, as you rightfully said. To be fair, there is quite a lot of control and quite many ways for Maturalni Forsaken to start their own fights. I will be looking at Nautilus and Ashe, this combination from the bot lane, because they have to be the fire starters for the team. The Ashe, again, is going to be the carrier of whether the team fights are going to go good or bad for Maturalni Forsaken. But their team composition is also really interesting. While we're slowly but surely jumping in what might be the last game of the day, let me very quickly guide you through how the game can look like for Maturalni Forsaken, because it has to look good for them. Don't get me wrong. If they lose now, it's over for them. The Ultraliga Season 10 is over. Go home, everybody. That is a rest that is very well deserved for you, but for sure they want a little bit more, and that's why they need to understand where their priorities are lying in this game. They have a really strong bot lane. It is a very dominant bot lane, a lot of poke, a lot of kill pressure, and if you add a jungler to the equation, it is going to be really hard for Svens and Minimagic to survive on their bot lane. However, what else do you have apart from them? I'm looking at Nikolai and Rebu, because those guys are the scaling machines for the team, especially Belveth. Because while Victor does scale, I have my issues about Victor versus Azir matchup these days. It used to be a very fair handshake. These days, Azir in the late game feels much better, and in the laning phase, he bullies Victor quite heavily, because his laning power is back to him, and his laning capabilities are back as well. However, Rebu still scales, and you cannot take it away from him. And Belveth scales like a mad woman, but she's very weak early, which means she's not going into the enemy jungle alone because of that.
Though, they started very deeply. Level 2 already for Nikolai. Fight has started. Nikolai jumps right into the hands of Manny. It's a disaster for Maturalni Forsaken, and AB are crying in happiness right now.
Going back for a second.
Pretty much like that.
Velvet, she's so so damn weak in the early game. That's why she brought so many reinforcements with her. But the thing is, Poppy is strong regardless of what state of the game it is. Chromax missing the hook here is going to be absolutely crucial for the team. And after that, Spence is around, has the damage, Maddox is around, and that is the biggest problem because this is Olaf, he deals damage. Manny is around, it's Azure, he deals damage even though he's a hyperscaler. But Maddox and Manny have pretty much already said, hey, this is game over. This is GG for you, Forsaken, because there are 2 assists on that Olaf. 2 goddamn assists on that Olaf. A kill and an assist on Manny. 2 assists on the bot lane. This is game over for Maturalni Forsaken unless they find a miraculous way out of it.
I have no clue what will take that miracle, but Maturalni Forsaken need to find it. It's the match point for them, and if they lose this game, they will not be able to advance, they will not be able to fight for the championship, and they will not be able to fight for the spot at the EMEA Masters. And for now, it doesn't look good. Let's see how it is going to unravel, though. Nikolai now already trying to clear up his camps as soon as possible. Manages to do it faster than Addy. However, he is falling behind a little because of that early kill that he has dropped to Manny. Look at that, Addy and Nikolai should be meeting there in the river around the Scuttle Crab. I wonder who's going to get that, and that will be Nikolai with the smite. Nikolai instantly retreats, knows that he's not in a position to have a fair fight for it.
Not even closely, because it's Velvet, and actually her one-on-one potential is pretty good, even though she relies on resets, obviously. But in early game, none of that matters, because yes, she's 24 minions right now, but Adi had a very good recall. Adi has a Ruby Crystal in his pockets. Adi has a little bit more health than Velvet can tolerate right now, and he still has a damage because it's Poppy. And also Poppy can block Nikolai completely. Poppy can just say, hey Velvet, you want to be dashing around? How about you don't?
Okay, time for round 2. Nikolai has the smite, Addy so as well. Addy steals it away with the smite of his own. It's 1-1.
Okay.
Let's keep track of it. Hook now connected. Onto Minimagic, might be going for more. Godzi is in no position to follow up with the damage. Zora and Nikolai trying to chase down the Poppy. Won't be able to do it. Matix now takes a little bit of punishment.
I have to say,
that is going to be one nervous game.
Oh yeah,
that is true.
It started nervous and it's going to be like that until the end of it. But Zora is again doing a really good job on the top lane because he's not letting Maddox farm. He's using his range to the fullest. He learned his lesson in the previous game and oh, that was close, but it didn't work. But look at Zora, he's operating at the very edge of his Q range. He knows that he has the advantage there. If he doesn't let Maddox get close to his minions and to his axes and to pick them up and get the cooldowns off of them, he is struggling to survive on this lane. Maddox, the only thing he can do right now is run Zora over completely. Just straight on prop the ghost and run over your opponent. He's coming back to the lane now. Maybe we'll see him doing that, maybe not. I don't know how Maddox decides to approach it right now.
What I'm wondering is how Maturalni Forsaken are going to approach this Drake. Drake is on the map. It's the cam tech, not the most important one, but for Belveth, objective is imperative. Rebo level 6, so is Manny. Picked up just a few seconds before him. No prior in the mid lane. A little bit of a prior when it comes to the bot lane, thanks to the fact that Gods and Chromax are not just going to de-push. Nikolai starting the Drake. That's quite a bit of damage. Minimagic is... well, might have been looking for something onto Rebo. They might be still looking, actually, as Addy is also there. Shuffle might be used. Double flash. He's in the clear zone with a little bit of stun and a Chaos Storm on top of it as well. Maturalni Forsaken instantly pick up on that opportunity and looking for a Drake. Addy smiteless, and therefore he can't really contest it.
Smiteless and Dragonless as a result of it. Manny's still staying on the lane. That is a risky move there because Chromax is around too.
Chromax. Oh, on the hitbox.
Minion.
It was, yes, indeed. A good attempt led to nothing. Yeah, well, I mean, both of them are the, you know, the Nautilus enjoyers. They both know what it is a hitbox of that Nautilus. For now, The good thing for Maturalni Forsaken is they have picked up themselves a Drake. They have picked it up for Belveth. They can start working around her, at least a little. And let's see where she's gonna go, because I would really love her to go to top lane and make sure that Matix doesn't get anything more up there in the lane.
Yeah, but he has level 6, and that's the thing. You cannot stop him, you cannot do anything with him if he just has to, again, run over you. And our only question is whether Matix decides or not to run over somebody, especially Zora, on his lane. Because right now the Herald is coming up in 20 seconds. This is the important moment to have the Prio around it. There is already Prio for AB on the mid lane, because Azir, again, he gets the Prio, he uses the Prio. It is pretty much same idea as Tristana. You take this champion to have the Prio and then to scale massively into late game. And he has the Prio. Poor Victor struggles to... Finally, Zora stops the recall. Okay, for the second time, it worked in the end. And that's a very good recall stop, but are Forsaken going to be able to use it? Because Belveth is around, but so is Adi.
Scuttle now being taken. Nikolai's here. Chromax walking up. Alistair is going to walk up as well. Look at also Svens. He might be the game changer in this fight because Godzi is nowhere to be found. They need to start the fight right now. Here comes the arrow. Chris Arrow is going to go right on top of Addy. It's going to give him enough time to try and bring down Minimagic. Nikolai drones for his life, but Svens is the equalizer. Shuffle on Cerebral. Double knocker brilliantly executed from Addy. And Zora falls down as well. It is 3 kills in the hands of AB.
3 for 1. And this 1 kill was just on support. The cow is okay to die. We saw situations when it is not okay to die for Cow in one of the games for Forsaken when they had the Cow, but this time for Minimagic it is fine because he does a lot in the process and he absorbs a lot of damage coming in from Maturalni Forsaken. But the damage from Alior, it is surprisingly high considering it is very early game from both Mani and Svens. Oh my god, Chromax!
Chromax had to flash out. Svens and Minimagic both have level 6. Godzi doesn't have his arrow. Might be looking for a fight here, but there's no killer instinct for Sven, so no real big edge to try to fight for it. And by the looks of it, Sven and Minimagic are just going to farm on their lane.
No, somebody's not going to recall this time. Oh, that's nice for Alior. They have Prio everywhere right now. Oh, we have to replay for what's happening here around the Herald because it is rather interesting. Look at Mani because he's going to do a lot here. Adi's going to catch the arrow, and it is good that he was the one to catch it because nobody's paying attention to him. Everybody is busy dancing with the Minimagic. Everybody wants to stay good for some reason, but Mani disrupts them very nicely with the Emperor's Divide. That is the ultimate that in the right hands can completely turn the fight around. And Mani might just be the right hands, as you might have noticed today.
Mani played in a perfect cohesion with Addy because he pretty much just swept Rebu into the hands of Addy, who knocked up both Zora and Rebu with the Keeper's Verdict. Right? It was this perfect synergy that allowed them to just completely dominate that team fight. Cleanse being used by Sven, knock up by the depth charge as well. Nikolai is going to instantly jump out of this fight because they see Addy here. They can't particularly have a good fight for it.
Nikolai, don't do it, 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 don't do it.
He wants to do it. He wants to do it. He wants to do it.
Yeah, I know. His mind is telling him no, but his body fortunately is also telling him no. That was a good choice.
His heart is saying yes.
Yeah, but his heart is in the minority here, so he decides not to jump in the end. And it saved his life! Does he know about it? Does he not know about it? We'll never know, but the fact is he still lives. He's level 7, he is behind
You'll
very
know in the next
heavily
episode of
golden
Santa Barbara.
items. What? What? Okay, fine, you know what? Fine, I'll just let it roll with it.
Okay, Nikolai smites down Mani. Mani gets away on his soldiers. Herald has been released. Here comes the stun onto Rebu. Rebu drops down this thing as Addy helps over the wall and gets him with the kill. That was a great cohesion. As Herald is now slamming his way into the turret. Things are just not looking well for Maturalni Forsaken.
You know what? I really love seeing Adi playing on those enablers junglers, but Godzi, do you have a flash?
Godzi?
He has a flash, and he gets away. Good job. But Adi, going back to him for a second, because he still plays them with a carry mind he still wants to go in, he still wants to be super aggressive and proactive, he still wants to do a lot, and he's not afraid to take the kills, but also he provides a lot of opportunities for teammates while doing so. He delivers a lot in return by taking the kills and taking in the gold. But now Nikolai, can he take in the gold? Maddox has to go, there's no flash on him. He might just be walking into the loving hands of death.
Nikolai now on top of him, tries to deliver the damage. The true damage is quite a lot. Here comes Manny, Equalizer, and Zora. Nikolai instantly drop out of this fight. They know they won't be able to finish off the Viking because the Emperor is standing on his defense. Minimagic and Addy hop over the wall with the Hex Flash. They're looking for a maneuver. Sven's gonna dodge away the arrow. I'll be looking for more. Killer Instinct is available for Sven, so if he wants to live himself into fight, he will be. Here comes Minimagic. Unbreakable Wall is now being already pressed. Goldie tries to go one-on-one against Sven, but he can't do anything because of the damage. Stun onto Chromax. Can he finish him off with the Killer Instinct and a Q? That's a double kill. In the meantime, Zora got a zip. Yes, he got down Manny.
Huh. We should see a replay. I hope we're going to see the replay. But what happened on the bot lane is a 3-0-4 Kai'Sa. And oh my god, this is not AP Kai'Sa! This has been ages since I last saw an AD Kai'Sa. I am so damn grateful. And this is a good choice for Alior Bank because they're speeding up the moment when Kai'Sa is going to be fully potent. They are making sure her Q evolution is going to come in very quickly. And you can see how Svens is playing this Kai'Sa. He's not the type of person to play AP Kai'Sa. We already had a chance to see it. He wants to go all in with his Q onto the enemies. He doesn't think about pork or anything like that. They have an AP person to deal the AP damage in the end. He is in for the AD.
Zora might be in trouble. Slow down. Addy now on the chase. Flash has been burned, but it will be in vain as Matix quickly picks up that kill for himself. 9-2 we go. AB are in full control of the map.
It is not just full control of the map, my friend. It is full control of the game. Because again, for the second game in a row already, we're posing the question, how the hell are Forsaken going to jump back from it? Because there is some goal difference between them, but it's 3-4k, something between these numbers. Everybody on the side of AB is feeling very confident. Right now, Sven's, Ari, Mani are pretty much untouchable. Nobody's getting any close to them. And we have the... Oh
Shuffle
my god, Rebo.
onto Rebo. Addy chasing up with him as well goes Golden. He is not in the clear zone. He is dead. Sector not clear. I repeat, not clear. Addy picks up his 4th kill in this game. 100% kill participation at the current state of the game.
Yeah, that's what happens when you give a utility jungler to somebody who normally plays carry junglers, and they still play carry utility junglers somehow, and it works for them wonderfully. He's going with an Even Shroud, which is a very cheap item, and you can build it extremely quickly. It is very cheap, especially for the stealth of the games, to be honest. I'm still surprised as to how it is in the game like that. But he has it. It's Spammy Cinder. Oh my god.
Knock up. Airborne. Manny is executed. Now Addy with the flash forward stun right against the wall. Nikolai still standing alive. But Addy is unstoppable. It's a trade of kills.
Nikolai, I feel so bad for the man because he got a kill. It was a kill in the cooperation with Gotsi, but wait for it because Addy, are you sure you want to fight?
Addy might be in trouble. Goes into channeling, keepers verdict comes to Rebo. The stun coming in through thanks to the magnet pull. Running for his life now. Zora will not be able to catch up by the looks of it. Flash forward, exactly the hook! You needed to land. Chromax gets him. Now it's Sven's Minimagic versus the entire world. Chromax right into the midst of it all. Thanks to Minimagic flashing behind him and throwing him into the loving hearts of his AD carry.
And the turret. He got at least one turret shot in there. And Sven's, yes, he was very ready to accept. Oh my god,
next one on the line, Killer's Instinct. Rebo is gonna get downed here right on the spot. Now it's Zora versus Matix. Nikolai's catching up. Ghost has been propped. Nikolai hops over the wall and gets on top of him. It's the Ragnarok might be right now for both of them, but they managed to finish him off. It's an absolute mayhem everywhere on the map, but Maturalni Forsaken are trying to answer with blows.
Frankly speaking, Matic was pretty close to finishing them both. But he didn't, and that's what matters. It's a kill for Zora. It's a 3rd kill for Zora. Actually, somehow we kind of slept on the fact that there are 3 kills right now on that Aatrox. He has been grounded some very good kills, and Aatrox being 3-2 is much better than Olaf, who is 1-1-4, because Aatrox is going to have a lot of power. And when he goes with his ultimate into a team fight, it is really hard to escape him and do anything with it.
Adi hops over the wall. The stun coming in through together with a hook. Chromax already going go. Spence is here. Double teleport coming in as well to try to equalize the fighting field. First kill is there. Now Minimagic Force as well. Matix arrives on the teleport. Onto Adi now is the next target. Zora chasing him down. The slow coming in through. Here comes the Keeper's Verdict, but he's gets interrupted. Adi goes back into the fight. As Rebo finishes him off, it's absolute chaos. I am trying my best here. As Spence hops up. Flashes out of the W. Manny with the shuffle. Gets at least one. Finishes him off. Nikolai now sends himself flying into the fight. Onto Manny. Slap and slap and slap and slap. Tries to finish him. Can he do it? Zora chasing him. Doesn't get him with a Q. Not enough range as Nikolai hops one more time and finishes him off finally. Maturalni Forsaken are not looking to go down. They are not looking to allow AB to score a third game.
That is a good fight from them, and a very disoriented and disorganized fight from Alior Bank. I am not entirely sure what the idea was for them, with Adi flying in with almost no vision available into the enemies, with no understanding as to how many of them are going to be there. They gave away the Drake, and with both teams having one Drake prior to this Drake, this is a possibility to stack 3 Infernal Drakes. Those are good things. Those are scaling things. Maturalni Forsaken, they're still behind heavily, don't get me wrong. 5k difference between the teams, more or less. And everybody's... Oh my god, Spence, what are you doing?
He is already slow and low. Spence gets the kill. Will we see more?
Another one.
No, Matix decides to retreat. What a game already.
Crazy. Spencer's going crazy. He's like, I'm gonna be Kai'Sa, but I'm also gonna be Tristana, and also I'm going to be LeBlanc, and I'm going to be all of those things, and also I'm on 2-item power spike, because hey, I'm AD Kai'Sa, not the stupid AP build that everybody's going for these days. I don't need 2 items to go completely unleashed onto you. I'm 705, by the way. Try to kill me now, because there is a champion bounty on my head. You might like this one, but here, look at that. Adi's jumping in so far away from the rest of the team, and then 2 teleports coming in from Maturalni Forsaken. This is the moment AP realize, hey, this is not going our way. They leave Minimagic behind because he's trying to buy some time for his teammates, but then this is a very good interrupt, by the way. But then this is when I will start to have questions, especially for Manny, because he's coming in a little bit later with a very good Empress Divide and just runs away through like half of the map from the enemies, not even trying to do anything. I get it that his E was on cooldown, but he's not even trying to fight back. And as he said, rightfully so, he was getting slapped by the Nikolai. I'm not sure if he was enjoying that.
I am going to leave with commentary without any more commentary as the crystal arrow is connecting. Adi flashes out from the depth charge, finding only one knockup. The turret has been destroyed, but Kovacs finds her! The hook there, might be looking for more, burning from an ignite, running now for his life. Maturalni Forsaken standing strong. I've been looking for a little bit more, but no. For now, they decide not to continue on the fight. Manny is on the side lanes, pushing in through. Rebo needs to go and answer it, maybe together with Godzi. They don't have the arrow, so they can't look for a potential setup. While on the top lane, it's a handshake, and Matix returns back to the base.
Can we go to the fact that despite that last fight that we saw from Maturalni Forsaken, that was a really good one, and they got some important kills, they're still behind. And I'm not just talking about the gold. I'm talking about their position on the map. Look at it, they have no outer turrets whatsoever, and they're getting sieged by Alior Bank team, while all the outer turrets for AB are still standing. Maturalni Forsaken have not been able to get to them, which might be a good thing, because sooner or later the objective bounties are going to hit for them, and that's when they can collect them very quickly through all the 3 lanes. But before that, they're stuck with the fact that they need to constantly depush. They can depush very quickly with this Ashe, as you can see on your screens, but it's still not a situation where they want to be in Adi again.
Thoughts? Adi hops over the wall. Chromax misses his hook. Are they looking for more Glacial? Arrow's gonna connect. The root, the knock up, the airborne is there. They're trying to pick him up apart, and they will, despite the Keeper's Verdict. Adi will get punished for another overextension of his own. Might pay with something more now. The Baron is standing. Will they go for it? 30 seconds on the clock before Adi will get resurrected. Matix, in the meantime, pushes the bot lane. And the rest of the team is here. Has the teleport available to himself, and he's gonna use it. Baron's going down relatively quickly. Manny Minimagic is here. Chromax takes a little bit of damage. Zora turns around. Matix is here. D-stun coming in. Oh my god, Matix!
Oh my God!
He's decimating the enemy team! Baron has been slain, but the shuffle, the damage, everything is there. Nikolai gets his form, but it's way too late. Matix, the Viking, continuously and methodically decimates the entire team of the enemies and keeps AB in the lead.
Okay, we need the replay of that, and I want it to be in slow-mo because there were so many things that happened in there, including, for example, things like mini-matching, throwing Nikolai out of the pit, but Nikolai jumped back immediately. He had the flash, I believe, available. He jumps in, he still gets the Baron, but what is a Baron for you if you have no buff in the end? Alior Bank finding another great fight for themselves, and yes, here is the replay. Let's see how exactly it happened. He grabs a mini-matching for now, and Marix, because they're going to try to do the impossible, and they're going to do that. Look at that, mini-matching is throwing Nikolai away. He has to jump back into the pit. The beautiful shuffle there from Money. Oh my god, the impact is invaluable because it buys so much time for the rest of AB to deal the damage to the enemies. That is a good cooperation from them, and that is an arrow that hits.
Right on Manny, but they can't.
So why?
But they can't follow up.
Yeah.
That is such a shame because that was such a great arrow.
Yeah. But Manny hasn't recalled in a long time now. He's still sitting on 2 items. I believe for his recall, very soon he should have the 3rd item available. I would love it to be the hat, but probably not going to happen.
Keeper's verdict. Yeah. Not gonna find anyone. They're fighting back. Ali now has to run. The turret still stands. Maturalni Forsaken are keeping their turret alive. Zora is sitting on a teleport, so if he needs to get back into the game, he will. Dragon is on the map, getting started by AB. He's just sliced out of the rift. There is no way Maturalni Forsaken can answer that.
Yeah, AD Kai'Sa, by the way. I love AP Kai'Sa, don't get me wrong, but it's so refreshing to finally see the Navori quick-played AD Kai'Sa. And look at that. Now the objective bounties are available from Maturalni Forsaken, but they have absolutely no way of getting to them. They can try to do a little bit of splish push shenanigans, but that's pretty much it. If they do that, if they don't group up, they're going to lose their own inner turrets, and maybe even more. Ari, stop doing that.
Just making sure that if there is anyone, they can allow themselves to bring down that turret. And there was no one there to begin with, so no real reason to actually try and throw someone away in the meantime. Nikolai tries to get as much resources into his hands as possible. He's not in the best spot when it comes to the gold. You can see that he's falling behind pretty much almost everyone now, matching his gold to Rebu. Which really means that he needs to pick up the pace. He needs to try to answer whatever Alior Bank is going to be doing for the moment. For now, they're falling behind 7,000 gold. They're falling behind in terms of turrets. 0 to 6. It looks desperate for them. But Maturalni Forsaken are willing to stand for it. Adi now stunned. Another one dropped as well. Airborne instantly sliced out. Even gets the flash to it. But it was all in vain. Zora invests the teleport for it. Was a little bit of a pre-safety check, I would say. But it's better safe than sorry. They got themselves the kill. They can look for more.
I am waiting for this QSS to finally come in for Adi and maybe for Mani because no, Mani.
Mani might be in trouble. Shuffle right underneath the turret. Great outplay from Mani.
The reaction from this guy was insane. It was immediate because otherwise Nikolai could have just dashed through him. It is through Adam Bell that already. He does have some damage.
Might be next on the line. Sven's firing away. Nikolai takes a bit of damage. Chromax flashes over the wall. Might be a little bit preemptively. Goes into mini-magic. Yes, it was. Way too aggressive from you, mate. And he falls down. Now it's Nikolai who might be next on the line. Hops out and dashes away, though, from the harm's way.
A good timing to
dash,
lot of
to be
plays,
honest,
because Spence went into his E, so he couldn't auto-attack, and he didn't have his Q, I believe, right after he killed Chromax, so it was really the only safe moment for Nikolai to do. So he gets out. He is building up towards his 3rd item. On 3 items, Velvet is going to be dealing a lot of damage, but to whom? Because if you look at that, so many protective items already available for Ari. Madix is building up as well. Minimagic slowly but surely is getting there too. And the damage is there for Sven's for sure. 3-item Kai'Sa. Mari is building into the Carl the Shadow Queen. No, not the Carl the Shadow Queen. The Shadow Flame. I'm sorry. Those are like 2 crowns, so I mix them up all the time. But of course it's going to be the Shadow Flame. So he's going to cut through those shields. Nikolai has the shield. Zora has the shield. Rebu might have the shield. I need to have a look at him again.
Yes, he does.
But Thank you very much. So those are not going to be existent for them anymore because Alior are not going to have any problem to cut through them, and that is important because a minute and the Baron is going to be up. AB are still keeping their lead everywhere across the map, in the gold, in everything else. 2 dragons for them, just one more Baron to add to this jewelry, and they are going to be able to take the game even.
Perhaps they will. For now, Maturalni Forsaken are refusing to go out without a loud bang. They are refusing to stand down and allow AB to take the Helm's Deep. They're defending it with all their might of men. And let's see if they will be able to do it. For now, 1 minute and 20 before the dragon is going to appear, 30 seconds before the Baron. Death's Dance picked up by Matix. He's going to be even more powerful, even more healthier, if you want. I suppose that's one way to put it.
Yeah.
Let's see what Maturalni Forsaken have in mind here. They are trying to de-push a little. Matix sitting on that teleport. Reboot might be in a bit of trouble. Addy will not get caught away. Manny delivers himself on the teleport with the Shadow Flame as Nikolai pushes through just a tiny bit. Placed with fire here.
Wait, still no QSS on Addy? He's getting caught constantly. Almost got caught again.
Magic. He's getting caught. Here comes the teleport. Minimagic with a very good engage. Chromos goes gold and Matix into the back lane. First kill coming in through. Godzi had to flash away. So is Rebo, but Godzi dead. So is Rebo as well. Nikolai hops over the wall trying to help out his teammate, but he can't. Zora is already dead too. It's an absolute slaughter from AB, and they send Forsaken back into the piss. They send Forsaken back as they are looking to advance into the small finals. They are looking to challenge Zero Tenacity for their spot in the finals. They are looking for challenging Zero Tenacity for their spot in the EMEA Masters.
This looks like it's not going to be the Silver Scrapes day for us, but it is going to be a happy day for Alior Bang team because in a very tough fight, but they take it 26-12 in the final game, and the hopes of the sweep or some sort of a comeback from Maturalni Forsaken are not going to come to life. This is going to be Alior Bang team as your winners today, ladies and gentlemen. And as you said, DrBrilmann, just in 2 days from now, they are going to meet up with Zero Tenacity, and that is going to be a hell of a day to watch.
And absolutely so. What an incredible performance from AB. We've seen them to go 3-0 versus Iron Wolves, and it was not the toughest fight that we have expected them to go against. When it was against Maturalni Forsaken, we knew that they might experience a little bit of turbulence along the way. And there was quite a bit of turbulence, especially in Game 2, when everything just seemed to be so well for Maturalni Forsaken, and they are about to bounce back. In Game number 4, however, we've seen that Maturalni Forsaken really wants to fight for it, but the early game and the way that early game has been conducted has shattered their hopes and dreams to keep themselves in the race.
I'm afraid I was a little bit prophetic, and I'm not sure if I like it or not this case, but it is all about the early game for Alior Bang team over and over and over again. This is the third team already that we have in Ultraliga that heavily relies on how well the early game goes for them, because they need to be dominant. They need to go snowball-ish onto the enemies. If they're behind in the early game, they struggle to find their way back into the game, and we saw it from the only game when Maturalni Forsaken stomped through them in the early and then stomped through them till the rest of the game, because they were always in the late, and AB were like, hey, we don't know what to do, we're lost, we don't really find ourselves very often in this situation. But in this last game, it was all about this very first engage into the jungle from Maturalni Forsaken. To be fair, this was the moment when the game was decided, with Nikolai and crew, so to say, trying to go into the enemy's jungle to steal away the Raptors, and instead becoming a first blood and the second kill to the enemies. And this is it, this is where you have crossed the line, and it did not go well for you, Maturalni Forsaken, and this is unfortunately game over for you unless you pull out a miracle, and they didn't.
They were on their way, but they didn't, definitely so. And I guess Nikolai decided to cosplay Davy Jones, part of the ship, part of the crew. If the ship goes down, if the crew goes down, if the captain goes down, yeah, they just all have to go down. Unfortunately, though, they are not Flying Dutchmen, they can't swim.
Yeah, they didn't stay afloat in this game. Well, there wasn't a way for them to stay afloat. They had to, you know, try to swim all the way back up to the surface of the ocean, but it was not possible because Bank were there and they were kind of stomping on them, not letting them swim up and have a breath of fresh air at any given moment. However, you have to see, Maturalni Forsaken were fighting back at some interesting moments, and those arrows for Gutkowski were literally goated because every time he hits an arrow, except for like one case, I believe, somebody on the side from Bank is going to die. That's why I was really surprised to not see QSS and Adi throughout the whole game, because he was very often the recipient of those arrows and he was very often the one to die, yet he refused to buy any sort of QSS.
It seemed to me that they just decided to continue with the idea that they had and just keep pushing, and that worked for them in the end of the day. However, yeah, now we see those fantastic arrows that they had.
Yes.
It's one of these fantastic arrows that just happened right there, exactly within the seconds that needed. Then the knockup, the damage. The pickup of Belveth is something that was radically intriguing, but I would say wonderfully disappointing in a certain way of it.
Yeah.
Wonderfully because we've seen a very good attempt from Nikolai to actually make a huge difference. But then again, the fact that the early game didn't went the way that Maturalni Forsaken were hoping for themselves, it all just came crushing down.
Yes, and they were never able to bounce back. They tried numerous times, getting in everybody, gripping up, Gutkowski being on the backline, dealing quite some damage, and of course those arrows again were absolutely invaluable for the team, but it wasn't ever enough. Every single fight that Maturalni Forsaken could get, every single little advantage that they would get on the map would immediately get answered by Bank, and answered very heavily with a very hard stomp from them. Maddox was insane in this game. Manny, he's just delivering, you know. This is Manny, this is, you know, the normal afternoon for him. Svens was so good in this game. I had my doubts seeing this Kaiser for him, remembering that game when Maturalni Forsaken went all over AB with the Kaiser for Svens, but him going into the AD build literally paid off so well in this game because he was dealing an insane amount of damage, getting to his evolutions very quickly, and jumping into the enemies relentlessly. And of course everybody else was good, but who is the MVP? Of course it has to be Manny.
A wonderfully played series from him, with a few performances that should be just going down as performance by the book, especially referring to that Ari performance that we had in Game 3. Brilliant performance from Manny, brilliant performance from Alior Bank team, and I can't wait to see this team perform in the small finals versus Zero Tenacity.
Oh my god, this is going to be the match of the centuries, you know, at least. This is going to be massive. I would love to see Alior Bank trying actually to go over Zero Tenacity, to show them something, to show them what they've made of, but it is in the end Zero Tenacity. Even though they've been kicked off all the way into the small finals by OB Anonymo, it is still a really damn strong team, and Alior Bank need to make sure to keep their early game strong, that they have a plan B, a very reliant plan B, and they know what to do if anything goes wrong for them in early.
With that being said, let's talk to the winners. Let's talk with Minimagic, a support for Alior Bank team. Hello, mate.
Hello.
By the look of a grin, I'd say you feel quite fantastically, but I'll say it anyway. How are you doing? Congratulations on the victory, and please walk me through it.
Thank you. Thank you. I'm really glad that we won this series. I thought it would be like really more competitive than it was. Actually, it was like one game we stomped them, then they stomp us, and I thought it would be like back and forth and until like fifth map, and then fifth map would be stressful. But fortunately, we closed out the series in the fourth game, and I'm really glad that we did it.
Now, Minimagic, I have a question to you, because here we're kind of, you know, trying to brew our own ideas, but in the end we really want to hear from you, from the inside, and know what is happening on the maps. It looks to us like when Alior Bank are ahead in the early game, they are stomping through the opponents. And it's not just about this series, it's about Alior Bank's performance in general throughout this split. However, if the early game is going wrong, it looks like something is going wrong for you for the rest of the game. Do we have the correct idea? And if so, tell us what is going on and why you think it's happening for you.
I think you're a little bit right, but not like 100%, because it's like we just do assumptions before the game, and if we don't follow them, these things happen, like in the second game. And for example, when we fought at the Drake on that second game, we were like far behind after that fight, and we just couldn't catch a breath, and we just couldn't like play the game completely because of the draft. So it kind of depends on the draft most likely, and our drafts are more likely early focused. So that's how the game works for us.
Okay, thank you.
I'm really glad you're mentioning those problems, especially in game number 2, because what I am really interested in is the way how you would have approached the next series that you have here in the small finals on this Friday. Because the haters are going to hate, of course, but the haters also going to say that without the consistency against the lower bracket opponents, let's put it this way, people might believe that you don't have that big of a chance against Zero Tenacity. Now, what happened in game number 2, in particular, outside maybe of draft, or maybe, you know, pre-phase of the draft, that it led to the result that it led in game number 2? And do you think that inconsistency might be the striking point for you when come against Zero Tenacity?
Yeah, I think inconsistency is our like biggest enemy at this time. I think we're like really good as a team, and if we like keep playing like we did in this series, we should be able to beat Zero Tenacity. I'm feeling quite confident that we can do this, but I'm like really surprised that Orbit Anonymo took them over. Like I was like shocked, because I was actually in the cinema watching Oppenheimer, and somebody messaged me on the phone, and I was like, holy hell, like they won the game. I'm really shocked. I was really shocked, but yeah, if Orbit did it, we can do it as well.
Allow me to ask you maybe a tricky question. Who would if you preferred to meet in the small finals? Would it be Orbit Anonymo or Zero Tenacity?
I mean, for sure, Orbit Anonymo. I feel like Zero Tenacity is like the best team, and we beat them in the regular season. So why wouldn't we want them, right?
Okay, I like it, but you're not getting them. Unfortunately, you're getting Zero Tenacity. One small question from me, DrBrilmann. I'm sorry, but I really want to know. Do you, because I feel like you think you have what it takes to beat Zero Tenacity. For sure, it's not going to be an easy one, but you might have it, especially after this beautiful victory. Apart from your team playing consistently, do you think there is something else that might help you? You don't have to, of course, open all your cards, but just tell me if there is, you think, any other secret component for you maybe taking the victory away from Z10.
I don't think we need like anything special to beat them, like any pocket picks. I don't think we need that. We just need to play consistent, and we should beat them easily.
I love it.
That's a fair take. That's a fair take.
Yeah.
With that being said, there's going to be one last trick question from me before I wrap up. Barbie or Oppenheimer?
I haven't watched Barbie yet, but Oppenheimer was really good.
Yes! Thank you very much, mate. You made my day. With that being said, Minimagic, thank you very much for being here on this interview. As the tradition goes, if there's anyone that you would like to give a shout out to, maybe even in your own native language, you have an opportunity to do so right now.
Okay, shout out to my whole family, to you guys, and to the Twitch chat. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, mate. Congratulations on your victory. See you on the small finals. See you this Friday, mate.
Bye.
Bye.
Cheers.
Hey, DrBrilmann, that was hell of a series, right? I didn't expect it to be so spicy in every single sense of it.
It was a roller coaster of emotions when it came especially to the game number 4. For a few seconds, it felt like maybe the miracle is going to happen and we're actually going to get a little bit of those silver scrapes in our veins. But alas, AB proved themselves to be the better team today. And after this series, I cannot wait to see the small finals. Because when you compare what happened to AB through the entire series and through the entire split, it's just very important to see how they have developed themselves and what are they ready to do. When it comes to the predictions, Czarny Piotrusz, Bezzy, Berlito, the fake one, even Twitter, you can be all happy and go home with 2 points actually scored in. Nice.
Not bad, I know, right? I'm 3 points. It's 3 points if you get everything correctly. 1 for the team, 1 for the school, 2 for the school. 2 for the school. Thank you very much, production. Saving us when we don't know the correct answer. So I'm getting 1, for example, because I only guessed the team, but I didn't guess the school. But some other people were a little bit more lucky. But I'm not here for the competition. I'm here for the fun and to watch Sylvan still being really far away from everybody else.
Kind of true. And I just ascended and I don't even vote. I am there sitting on the very top and just looking down at you peasants.
Yeah.
What a bracket it was. 3-1, 0-0, 3-0, 1-3, and 3-2. And it's time to get ready for the small finals. Again, this Friday, it looks to be like one of the most important matches, because if we are going to see Alior Bank team versus Orbit Anonymo in the grand final, I am going to lose last bits of my insanity. After this performance, I am capable of believing it, and at the same time, I am cautiously optimistic.
Yeah, that's a very good way to put it, actually, because I don't care who wins in the small finals. I will need to make my predictions, of course. I have actually made my predictions already, because I have voted for these to be 3-2. I didn't even know who would be there, but it doesn't matter. But I really don't know who is going to win this one. It is going to be strange to see finals without Zero Tenacity if they lose. It's going to be nice to re-welcome Alior Bank team, or rather welcome, because under this name they're going to be the first time in the finals. But whoever wins, I just want it to be the best team that showed a better League of Legends.
I absolutely agree with you. Honestly speaking, I absolutely do agree with you. That has been one of the greatest, to be honest, ways how the bracket has turned out. I am really looking forward to see how the small finals are going to turn out, and then the grand final, as they call it. Sheesh.
And we have some surprises prepared for you, ladies and gentlemen, for the grand finals. So I am pretty damn sure you don't want to miss them. And again, if the finals get dragged to the 5 games, Magvayer Silver Scrapes, you might not like it, you might hate the day you heard it, but it is going to be there, and that's a full-on promise.
With that being said, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for watching. It's been the best of 5s, it's been the quarterfinals, it's been DrBrilmann and Solari. And your bank team advances, and we will see you Friday to determine who's going to play in the grand finals. But for now, take a good rest, take a good nap, and we will hear you here on twitch.tv Polsat Games. Cheers, lads. See you in the small finals.
Wait, is that a phone? Look at the performance, the graphics. That thing's a gaming machine. A new challenger. Is that Faker? That man's a gaming legend. Everyone, fasten your seatbelts. And here we go!
I always play jungle.
I am top.
I am mid lane.
I play bot.
AD carry. I am support.
No matter your position, stay true to your lane and join Kia at the League of Legends EMEA Championship.
Kia, movement that inspires.